Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Keller.
Hang on, Mike. I gotta make a statement for the record.
Right, okay.
But I admire your enthusiasm. This is the June 22nd, 2016 board hearing for the Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining. The first agenda item is docket number 2016-011, cause number 139-138, in the matter of AXIA Energy 2. We'll take appearances of counsel now.
Michael Keller and Matt Brahana from the firm of Fabian Vancott for AXIA Energy 2.
John Robinson, Utah Attorney General's Office for the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Any other counsel involved in this matter? Seeing none, back to you, Mr. Keller.
Chairman, and good morning to the board. Today on the spacing proceeding for AXIA Energy, I would like to make an opening statement and then invite the other attorneys, as there were some objections, but we are hopeful they've been substantially resolved based on filings or discussions that we've had. There may be some residual issues which can be mentioned, but I thought it would be helpful if we could maybe, after I present our opening, to have the other counsel state their initial positions subject to hearing the evidence, if that's okay with the board.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, AXIA Energy 2 LLC, I'll refer to it as AXIA, the petitioner, comes before the board seeking an order modifying the existing sectional 640-acre 4-well spacing for 8 sections of land in what AXIA refers to as the Butcher Butte area, changing that spacing to stand-up 1,280-acre spacing to allow development of the area with long lateral horizontal wells and also additionally short lateral horizontal wells, vertical and directional wells. AXIA is not seeking to change the current sectional 640-acre spacing for the 3 existing vertical wells on the subject lands. Now, the subject lands are 8 sections that form a contiguous block in Township 2 South, Range 1 West. These are immediately south of Roosevelt, and they adjoin on the south Newfield Central Basin area, which is under cause number 139-134. They form, as I say, a contiguous block spanning 2 sections north-south and 4 sections east-west, immediately south of Roosevelt. The Newfield Central Basin area, which borders the lands today immediately to the south, is already spaced on stand-up 1,280-acre drilling units under the cause number 139-134, which allows drilling of multiple long lateral horizontal, short lateral horizontal wells, vertical and directional wells within each 1,280-acre drilling unit after the unit has been established with a long lateral horizontal. And when we're referring to long laterals, we're referring to wells that go beyond a mile, short laterals that are a mile or less, and then, of course, vertical and directional wells. One of the subject formations that we're talking about today is the interval from the top of the Lower Green River Formation, the mahogany marker bed, to the base of the Green River-Wasatch, or top of the North Horn Formation, and we'll put on evidence to be more specific about the subject formations. Although AXIA will describe its plan for development and its the reasons why it's seeking the stand-up 1280s, this particular area does present some additional constraints on the surface because it is immediately south of Roosevelt, transected by Highway 40 and all the commercial development along the highway and the outskirts of Roosevelt. So that's sort of a different feature of this area. And we would think that as an additional reason that augurs towards the larger spacing units to allow the drilling to enter from the south. Essentially, AXIA is seeking stand-up 1280 acre spacing that's virtually identical to what Newfield has immediately adjoining to the south in the Central Basin. The board has jurisdiction pursuant to Utah Code Ann 40-6-5. Section 3B and 40-6-6 of the Utah Oil and Gas Conservation. Subject lands that we're talking about today are currently subject to existing board orders entered August 11, 1971 in cause number 131-14, which established the 640 acre sectional spacing with one well. And then cause number 139-42, which was entered in April 17, 1985, which has allowed 2 wells but didn't specify the type of wells on each 640. Then cause number 139-90, the 139-90 order, entered May 9, 2012, that authorized up to 4 wells of any type, not limited to vertical, in each 640. There are currently 3 producing vertical wells on these 8 sections that we're talking about. 2 are operated by AXIA and 1 by Newfield. The oil and gas and hydrocarbons underlying these lands are primarily owned in fee with some scattered state of Utah SITLA lands. And there are no federal or tribal mineral ownership that's been identified on these 8 sections. AXIA has a majority or near majority of the working interest in these lands. Now, in our original request, and I would apologize for the long opening, but I kind of want to set the table here. AXIA requested 2 special 2,560 acre or substantial equivalent drilling units to have the 4 sections in each 2560 for the subject formations, and authority to drill the same type of wells, the long lateral, horizontal, and other wells as appropriate. The idea of this was to achieve maximum flexibility to develop all the resource and talk about the resources and their plans for development. In addition, with the surface constraints, the ability to find surface locations on these lands is limited. There are not a lot of drilling sites, so we need to find ways to consolidate drill sites for the drilling of the long laterals and other wells. Now, the National Association of Royalty Owners, Rockies, the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, Newfield, and EP all filed or voiced concerns or objections to our AXIA's initial request. Let the other council address these, but the objections were primarily directed at the size of the requested drilling units. In other words, the 2560 as opposed to 1280 or something else. And then also AXIA in its initial request had asked for imposition of a non-consent penalty as part of the modified spacing order. That generated some objections. There are also some objections relative to some of the setbacks. We had informal discussions with DOGM staff, AXIA did before the original filing, and then subsequently through council, and then also AXIA had conversations with Newfield and EP. And then we filed our response to objections saying that we would not request the non-consent penalty as part of a spacing order, that issue, and that instead of requesting the 2560 acre square drilling units, we would request the stand-up 1280 2-section on top of each other units, and then setbacks which were consistent with 1280 as opposed to setbacks that would apply on the 2560. And essentially that then made our request substantially similar to the parameters imposed under cause 139-134 for Newfield Central Basin, which immediately adjoins the AXIA lands. As the evidence will show, AXIA believes there's up to 9 potentially productive members, and AXIA has identified 5 targets. So 2 more targets than identified in the new field due to the extension of the beds into this northern area adjacent to the Central Basin. And that is why we are asking up to 32 wells per 1280 as opposed to 25, which was the number of wells authorized in the new field cause in the adjacent lands. So basically what we're asking for is an order establishing the 4 1280 stand-up drilling units and applicable to long lateral horizontal wells to allow the drilling of those long lateral horizontal wells. And after and that would become, we would like that to be effective on the effective date of the order. The language in the request was a little awkwardly worded, as it asked for the order to be effective upon the drilling and successful completion. And obviously we need the 1280s effective to drill the long lateral. So I think what we're really intending there, I think that language was kind of brought forward from some prior orders. And we're basically asking for an order granting the 1280s, to be effective upon entry of the board, as is its normal case, but that the 1280 spacing would not apply to any subsequent well, whether short horizontal, vertical, or directional, if any, in one of those 1280s until we had a successfully completed producing long lateral horizontal. So, and then as to existing wells, they would remain on the 640. The 3 existing vertical wells would remain on the 640s. As I said, we were asking up to 32 wells, and we will explain through the evidence, hopefully to satisfaction of the board, where we're coming up with that number. And it's basically a function of the number of target zones that we've identified and then the parameters of the setbacks. With that, and I won't go into the specific setback requests right now, I'll let the witnesses get into those. I will turn it over to John.
Normally we have John go last. Would you like to go at this? Is there an agreement among council how this is?
I didn't say the order. I talked to John first, but we can have the EP and Newfield speak at their discretion.
If there's a prior agreement on the order, fine. If there's not, John, why don't you start it, and then we'll go to Mr. Lear and Mr. Bolda.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. As far as I understand, there was no prior agreement among council as to this order, so the division will go now. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good morning again. At the outset, let me say that many of the initial issues that the division had, and I think the other parties too, have been cured, as Mr. Keller points out, with the reformed request. And I would also like to add that the division is impressed with many elements of AXIA's ambitious drilling plan. But as the board knows well, the Oil and Gas Conservation Act predates modern drilling technology. Thankfully, the act does contain enough flexibility that when supported by good science, the board can apply an old statute to new situations like this one. But in any event, the touchstone of any spacing order issued by the board is whether the terms and conditions are just and reasonable. It's our job today to support and facilitate development of the resource, but with that just and reasonableness as a backdrop. With that in mind, I'd like to draw the attention of the board and the parties to 3 concerns. First, the already existing spacing that applies to these lands allows for 4 wells per section, with the idea, while it wasn't specified in the order, those would probably be vertical wells. AXIA's request seeks to change that existing order completely, and it would allow up to 32 additional wells, some of which could be vertical, and those new wells would then share across a stand-up 1280. Even the new vertical ones would share across the stand-up 1280. But no evidence in AXIA's papers explains why it's appropriate for the board to double the unit size for vertical wells and force interest holders to share over that larger area. For this reason, and the fact that AXIA's drilling plan shows good utilization of the resource using all horizontal wells, the division suggests leaving the existing order intact as applied to vertical wells. Second, AXIA's plan indicates a drilling program of long lateral wells, as I mentioned just now. Like the first point, the division does not see any evidence in the papers that suggests or establishes the science behind short laterals. However, AXIA's request would allow an operator to mix and match shorts, longs, and verticals within the unit. So also like the first point, it's unclear to the division how it would be just and reasonable for interest owners in a short lateral to share over a stand-up 1280 unit. Therefore, if the short laterals will be drilled at all, which may not be part of AXIA's drilling program, we don't know for sure, the division believes that sharing them over a 640 unit is more appropriate than a 1280. Finally, the division believes that it would be appropriate to constrain AXIA's request so that an operator can only drill no more than 8 wells in any target interval. I suspect again that this is AXIA's plan, but this was an explicit part of the Newfield order directly to the south of this, and the division feels that such a constraint is just and reasonable here as well, again, particularly given that Newfield area directly to south. Now, with that said, I'd like to close by saying that the division is ready and willing to change its positions on those 3 issues if the evidence presented here today, changes our mind. But the exhibits and the request as filed don't do that for us, and that's the division's position at this time. Of course, we request the opportunity to offer a short summation towards the end of the hearing, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Lear. Could we get you to come to one of the microphones so that the record the electronic record will pick that up?
I've never been accused before of having a soft voice, but this is certainly better. Philip Lear of Lear & Lear for EP Energy. As the record shows, EP objected quite vigorously to the original petition. However, after discussions with AXIA and other parties involved, entered a no objection position to the petition as amended, while reserving the right to participate in the hearing and ask questions. We don't anticipate being that much involved, but if there are questions, we will desire to ask questions of witnesses, but we will coordinate with counsel. So that is, EP does have a well immediately offsetting in the southwest quarter of one of the drilling, or an abutting drilling unit, and has expressed concerns about the setbacks. So that's something that we will be watching closely today, and look forward to experiencing the evidence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bolda.
David Bolda with Beatty and Wozniak on behalf of Newfield Production Company. Much like EP, we initially objected to the initial request that was filed for the reasons already stated, the 2560, the multi-well non-consent penalty. However, with the revisions that were made in the response to objections filed on May 31st and the subsequent substitute exhibits filed on June 9th, Newfield doesn't have any specific objections at this time, but also would like to reserve its right to possibly ask questions of the witnesses or object to anything it sees necessary.
Thank you. Okay, seeing then that opening statement plus the positions, we're back to you, Mr. Keller.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to call our first witness, but preliminarily, I have spoken with counsel for the division.
Let's interrupt you at this point and have your witnesses sworn if we could.
Oh, okay. Can I have the witnesses stand up?
And if you'd just introduce them.
Right.
Will you raise your right hands, please?
you know, we have
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rick Gallegos,
Oh,
Adam Sayer, Taryn Renzel, and Brian Burdick. Berwick, excuse me.
you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
One preliminary matter, I spoke with the counsel for the division, John Robinson, and the division is willing to stipulate to AXIA's corporate qualifications and bonding status as alleged in the request for
Thank you.
agency action.
So noted.
Thank you. I'd like to start with our first witness, Adam Sayer. Mr. Sayers, state your name and address and position with AXIA.
My name's Adam Sayers. Our office is located in Denver, Colorado, and my position is president and co-founder of AXIA 2.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, would you tell us a little bit about AXIA 2?
Sure. AXIA 2 was started in 2015. We're a private company, and you know, my positions, my area of responsibility is business development, project evaluation, geology, engineering, as well as finance. So really, all the day-to-day aspects of AXIA 2.
Yeah. You describe AXIA's prior activity in Utah?
Sure. Yeah, and today, you know, I think it'd be helpful if I go through some of our history. We do have quite a bit of Utah experience, and then I'll also share some of our plans for our future development. And you know, our team here will definitely present the technical aspects of what we're asking for today.
Let me interrupt one second.
Sure.
You've indicated that the petitioner here is AXIA 2, but there was a prior AXIA company that you were involved with that had activity in Utah also.
Correct. Yeah, AXIA Energy, the predecessor to AXIA 2, was incorporated in 2009 and was active until 2015. And that's really the history that I'm going to refer to.
Thank you.
So in 2010, AXIA Energy purchased acreage just northeast of Monument Butte Field, about 8,000 acres. This was an area that was not producing. There was no production. There was one older well, about had an EUR, ultimate recovery, about 30,000 barrels. So it was, as you guys know, that would not pay out. That would be an uneconomic well. And so what our team did a great job of is understanding that the performance of the well really had nothing to do with the rock, the geology. We understood that the resource was there. There was plenty of oil in place, and that the poor performance was due to poor completions. And so to us, that was an opportunity. And so when you fast forward in the course of about 16 months, we drilled 45 wells. We went from 0 barrels of oil a day to just over 5,500 barrels a day by end of 2013. And so when you think about value and performance to the mineral owners and working interest owners, we created a tremendous amount of value, of which it wasn't there before our guys identified that potential. In addition to that, during that course, we spent over $100 million in the state of Utah to develop that project. So when we talk about what we're going to do as AXIA 2, you know, we knew that we had a great team to perform here in Utah, and so in November of this past year, we purchased acreage, Bill Barrett's acreage, just north of Newfield and just south of Altamont Bluebell EP's property. And in evaluating this project, we quickly realized the best way to develop this is horizontal. And as the guys will present today, the long horizontals is where we believe the best performance lies, the best economics, and the best EURs for the wells. And so the team's going to spend a lot of time talking to you about that. But as far as the overall goal, our goal is to go ahead and we've basically getting ready to permit 2 wells, which should be ready to permit or submit here in the next probably week or so. But we would like to get those 2 wells drilled as soon as possible. Time is of the essence for AXIA. I think you saw that correspondence in terms of the delay from the May hearing till now. We plan on getting a rig out and drilling these 2 wells back to back and completing as soon as we can, because we want to avoid winter operations with the amount of water that we're going to use for fracking. It's going to push our second completion to 2017. So we're already delaying some of those operations. It's just too much of a burden to try and do that in winter. Heat, water, and so forth becomes expensive and, quite frankly, difficult to achieve with the amount of water that we're looking at during the stimulation. So with that being said, once we get the 2 wells done and confirm our expectations, we plan on getting a 1-rig program out here sometime in 2017. And what that means is we'd like to gain consistency, have a drilling rig out. Generally, it'll drill one well a month, but depending on when we get to complete that second well will determine the timing of when that starts. But you think about how much capital that's going to be. You know, if you're talking $10 to $12 million per well for 1-rig program, that's for a year. It's over $100 million, and so it's a significant amount of dollars that we're looking at expending. But that's our plans for the future. With that, Mike, if you're okay, I'll just go ahead and address some of the issues Mr. Robinson, is that right, brought up. Today you're going to see, number one is the well density. I call it well density, but previous orders generally have called for 25 wells per 1280. We see that in the new field application. We're asking for 32. And the reason for that was more zones, as Mike mentioned. They don't magically appear here, but when you talk about us being north of Newfield, the upper part of the Lower Green River is more mature. The oil's movable, and we believe we have some target zones there that don't exist to the south. And so the reason to ask for 32 versus 25 is quite simple. We just have more zones to go after. Secondly, Mr. Robinson mentioned the trying to limit, instead of a number of wells per 1280, the possibility of limiting 8 per zone. That is our current plan, and that's what you'll see Taryn Frenzel describe to us in terms of our drainage and ideal well spacing as we see it today is 8 per zone. And that's consistent with our testimony. I would caution the staff or division that trying to limit to 8 per zone would introduce a massive administrative burden. At that point in time, we'd have to go and define all 9 of these zones, bottoms and tops. And in each one of these 1280s, where some of the log data, some of the tops aren't fully known. So if we go drill along horizontal and drill 10 feet up into what somebody else says is a different zone, we have a problem. And so then you have a well that's partially penetrated one zone and the other. And so I think it would create a massive administrative burden. Secondly, no one's more incentivized than us to not overdrill. We're not in the business of spending more money than what we need to. And so, the bottom line is we're trying to make our economics as efficient as possible. But for those 2 reasons, I would have to disagree with the 8 per zone. That would be a burden that would, we thought about that, but the burden would be great. Third point is on the short horizontal and the vertical wells. So let's look at the hearing as written. Our 1280 is not established until we drill and essentially complete are long horizontal. So if nothing ever happens, my understanding is spacing would remain the same. But if we do go establish a 1280 by drilling a long horizontal, that 1280 is held at that point, and why not offer the flexibility to develop the entire 1280 as we see fit? We've seen a lot of changes in the last 5 to 10 years, technology. I will tell you, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the verticals and short horizontals because that's not our plan. Our focus here is in the long horizontals. But in the same sense, why would you want to limit, why would you want to put additional burdens on? If, for instance, we drilled a long horizontal, established the 1280, and then came back and drilled a vertical for whatever reason, all that's occurred is those working interest owners and the royalty owners are combined into 1280. I don't see that as an issue. I mean, we're protecting those rights. All that it means is that there can be more wells drilled and they share in more wells. And so from a royalty owner standpoint, there's more wells to be drilled and it's less risk. Instead of your acreage being blended in 4 wells, it potentially could be in, 10 or 12 vertical wells. But the other point, probably the main point I will tell you, is the surface disturbance. Limiting surface disturbance is the number one question that we get when we talk to mineral owners, when we talk to the tribe, when we talk to the state. What are you going to do to minimize surface disturbance? And this comes from mineral owners who, obviously benefit from more wells drilled. We've also gone out there to try to establish surface locations, and we're not in the direct part of the Central Basin. We're up near Roosevelt, and there's farms, there's irrigation, there's houses. The number of locations is difficult to find. And so if you're talking about drilling a long horizontal and then we have to come back and drill a vertical well off that same pad, which is very likely, in fact, our first 2 wells are off the same pad to do just that. But in that case where we drill a long horizontal, come back and drill a vertical off that same pad, we have to have separate tanks. If as requested, it's on 6-4, separate tanks, separate metering, and so your 5-acre site becomes 7 acres, or your 4-acre site becomes 6. It's something that the commission should look at very, very hard. And again, it is the number one priority when we talk to people about leasing. And quite frankly, that's a business point of ours, is when we go out to lease, many mineral owners are surface owners. And when they see our performance and what we do operationally, they see the fact that we try to minimize surface by having less pipelines, less tanks. That's a benefit, and quite frankly, business opportunity for us, because people like to lease to folks that have that consideration. The other thing I'll tell you is title out here. Rick will testify that we'll have over 200 owners. Is that a 640 or 1280? And so the administrative burden becomes very, very high if now we've got to establish 2 different size units for different wells. I just fail to see the benefit that creates by creating that 640 unit. But with that being said, I'll turn that back over to Mike.
Yeah. Anything further of Adam? Are there any other questions from the other council?
Okay. Let's start with John Robinson.
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman, please. Mr. Chairman, no questions from the division. Thank you.
Mr. Lear. Mr. Bolda. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Keller.
Board have any questions?
Oh, pardon me.
Mr.
Yes,
Sayers?
board members, do you have any questions? Seeing that, I don't think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was, that helped a lot to explain that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd now like to call Rick Gallegos, the Vice President of Land and Business Development for AXIA.
Yes, my name is Rick Gallegos. I'm the Vice President of Land for AXIA Energy. I oversee all land functions as well as contractual functions within the company.
And Mr. Keller, will Mr. Gallegos be testifying as a fact witness?
He will be testifying as an expert witness in land management and land, petroleum land matters.
Okay.
And so I'd like to, must relate to his expert qualifications in land management, or we can go through that.
The division would be happy to stipulate to his qualifications. Thank you.
Counsel, Mr. Lear, Mr. Boulder, do you have any objections to that? No objection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and opposing counsel. We'd like to have the board recognize Mr. Gallegos as an expert in the present matter for purposes of petroleum land management.
Board members, any objections? Will be so admitted for petroleum land management.
Mr. Gallegos, I'd like to refer you to Exhibit C-1. You want to put it up? Was this, did you prepare this exhibit, or was it prepared under your direction?
Yes, it was prepared under my direction, and what this exhibit does here, it depicts where the lands are located that we will be developing. As we will note, the lands are just north of the Altamont Bluebell field that is operated by EP Energy, and just to the south of our lands, and really contiguous to the south of our lands, is the North Mighton Bench, also referred to as the Central Basin, operated by Newfield Production Company.
What other fields or areas, producing areas surround what you call the Butcher Butte area?
Primarily one is the Altamont Blue Belt, and then what we call to the south is the North Mighton Bench.
Right, and the North Mighton Bench, the lands immediately to the south of our area. Does Newfield also refer to that as the Central Basin?
Yes.
As part of the North Mighton Bench?
Correct.
I'd like to move that Exhibit C1 be introduced as evidence.
What we're going to do is we'll take that at the end of your presentation
Thank you.
on the admittance of all exhibits.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we now go to revised Exhibit C-2?
Yes.
Was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
And could you please explain to the board what this exhibit represents?
Yes. This exhibit depicts the 4 1,280-acre drilling and spacing units that we are asking be approved through this application.
So these are specifically in Township 2 South, Range 1 West, Uintah Special Meridian?
Correct.
And we're talking about sections 27 through 31, through 34, excuse me, in
Yes.
that area.
And we will be developing these in 1,280 acres. 27 and 34 will be a 1,280-acre unit, 28 and 33, 29 and 32, and 30 and 31.
Discuss a little bit the surface considerations that you face in drilling this area and seeking the 1,280-acre stand-up spacing.
Yes. As you will note from the exhibit, Highway 40 runs through 3 of our drilling and spacing units, and specifically through our first 2 spacing and drilling and spacing units that we will be drilling. There's also Cottonwood Creek in this area and Dry Gulch Creek. And as mentioned earlier, these units encroach upon the town of Roosevelt to the north. So we had found it very difficult to find a surface location up north due to the population in the area. We ended up getting a drilling pad down on Section 4 in Township 3 South, Range 1 West, and from that pad, we will drill both of our initial wells to develop Sections 28 and 33 and 29 and 32.
This area also transected by Dry Gulch Creek and Cottonwood Springs Creek.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'd like to now refer you to revised Exhibit 1. Was this prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Would you describe it for the board and what it purports to show?
Yes. D1 shows the existing wells that are within our proposed drilling and spacing units. As you will note, there are 2 of them there that are operated by AXIA Energy and 1 operated by Newfield Production Company. As noted earlier, these wells will remain on 640-acre spacing on their current spacing.
Can you describe the cause numbers that currently apply to these lands?
Yes, cause number 13114 was the cause that spaced the lands on 640-acre spacing. And then cause number 13990 enabled or increased the density of up to 4 wells per 640 acres.
As you've described, the existing 3 wells are on the 640.
That is
spacing,
correct, and will remain on 640-acre spacing.
Yeah, so we're not requesting a modification of that. I'd like to now refer you to Supplemental Exhibit D-2. Prepare this exhibit, or was it prepared under your direction?
Yes.
Would you describe what it shows? It's got a lot on it, so just go through it.
Sure. This exhibit shows the spacing or the cause number 134 of Newfield Production Company in relation to our spacing application, our application.
And the AXIA application lands are highlighted in yellow.
Yes. And as you will note, this Newfield's cause 134 established 45 stand-up 1280s, and we are asking for 4 stand-up 1280s. But what I do want to point out is the similarities between our applications and Newfield's in that they're both 1,280-acre stand-up units. The offsets from the northern and southern lines are 330 feet, and from the eastern and western boundaries are 560 feet, and then interwell spacing on these is 330 feet. One of the differences is that they were authorized up to 25 wells per drilling and spacing unit, and we are requesting 32 wells per spacing unit, which is supported by the additional targets that we are seeking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Now I'd like to bring your attention to Exhibit E, revised Exhibit E. Was this prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
And could you describe it for the board?
Sure. What this exhibit does is it sets out the notification lands for all those people that were notified of this hearing. And as you will note from the red outline there, we notified all parties within that red outline that were either unleased mineral owners or working interest owners. And then within the 8 sections, which are the applications land, within the black dotted line, we notified anybody that had an interest in there, any type of ownership interest.
Yeah, and how did you identify those owners?
We identified them through a search of the county records.
Okay, thank you. And did you receive any objections to your request for agency action other than those expressed by council this morning?
No, not other than those expressed this morning.
Yeah. Oh, was there also a comment letter from the National Association of Royalty
Yes, there
Owners?
was.
Yes, and apparently they're not present. I don't know if they're appearing today. They haven't so stated.
Can we interrupt you for a question?
Mr. Gallegos, the original request for agency action suggests that there are scattered sitla properties within this area. Is that true? And we don't see those on this map.
Scattered,
Utah State Trust lands, Utah School and Institutional Trust lands.
yes, there are state lands here. That is correct. In
Surface and mineral, or?
for surface and mineral, yes.
Now, Mr. Gallegos, from a land management standpoint, is it your opinion that the Butcher Butte area that we're discussing this morning is best developed in a way to maximize recovery of oil and gas using 1,280 acre drilling and spacing units?
Yes, 1,280 acre drilling and spacing units will enable us to drill up to or very close to a 2-mile horizontal lateral. And we feel that this is the most cost-effective manner to develop these resources, and will also increase the ultimate recovery that we're going to see out here while minimizing surface disturbance.
And is it your opinion that it will, not in addition to benefiting the operator AXIA, but also mineral and surface owners?
Yes, it'll benefit the mineral owners because we feel the ultimate recoverable reserves is going to be much greater. So obviously their share will be much greater if we're able to develop this horizontally and drill our 2-mile laterals. Also, it'll benefit the surface owners because we'll be able to minimize surface disturbance.
Yeah. I have no further questions, subject to any rebuttal testimony. That concludes our presentation from this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallegos, apologies if I have your pronunciation wrong on that name. Is it AXIA's current plan to drill any vertical wells?
No.
Okay. But that would be an option depending on what you might find in the future.
Yes, it could be a future option, but it is not our current plan.
Would you agree that it's a bit of a legal fiction to share a verticals production with owners that could be, potentially 2 miles away?
I don't know that I would. I think it helps spread the risk out there. And when we drill the long lateral, they'll be sharing on a 1280 at that point.
So would it be correct to characterize that statement as essentially saying that it sounds to me that there might be an implicit unfairness that you're recognizing, but that it comes out in the wash because of the greater development possibilities of the resource as a whole?
I think we will address this later on in the presentation, and I'll let the technical guys speak to it more. But because the geology is very uniform throughout, I don't think that it is in any way it benefits or to the detriment of those mineral owners.
Not right now.
All right, thank you. I'll save a couple more questions for later in your case in chief then.
Are there any other questions from the board or other council?
We'll go through.
Just
each
one
of the
moment.
Council.
Oh.
They weren't through yet.
I'm sorry.
That's all we have at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Lear. Mr. Bolda. Board members.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Gallegos, just to follow up, there are trust lands within this area. Was trust lands contacted, and did they concur with your proposal? That's my question.
Yes, I did speak with the state and let them know what we were doing. I didn't receive any objections to this. Now, did I get a formal concurrence from them? No, I did not. But there were no objections, and I did have conversations with them and to let them know exactly what we were doing.
Thank you.
Other questions, board members? Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Keller. Or pardon me. Yeah, back to you, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so that concludes our testimony from Mr. Gallegos, subject to any opportunity for rebuttal. Now I'd like to call Brian Berwick, AXIA Senior Geologist.
Good morning, members of the board and Mr. Chairman. My name is Brian Berwick, and I'm a senior geologist with AXIA Energy. And my responsibilities are geology and petrophysics over all of AXIA's projects.
And we would like to propose Mr. Berwick as an expert witness on petroleum geology. We can go through his qualifications, which are set forth on revised Exhibit A3, or we can stipulate to him as an expert.
The division would stipulate to recognizing, pardon me, I'm looking at the,
Brian Berwick, Senior Geologist with AXIA.
I was looking at the wrong exhibit, pardon me. The division will also stipulate to Mr. Berwick's qualifications.
Does any of the other council have any objections to Mr. Berwick being admitted as an expert in geology? Board members? Any objections? Seeing none? Mr. Berwick, you're admitted as a expert in geology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Berwick, what did you review to prepare for your testimony today?
I reviewed all slides and all geology over our Butcher Butte project.
Regarding AXIA's geological exhibits, Exhibit J and revised exhibits G, H, I, and L, did you personally prepare or supervise the preparation of those exhibits?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are they true and accurate?
Yes.
And based on information ordinarily relied upon by geologists?
Yes.
From a geologic perspective, are you specifically familiar with the Butcher Butte project?
Yes.
Would you describe the Butcher Butte project from a geologic standpoint?
I can be doing that throughout my slides here.
Okay. Refer you to petitioner's revised Exhibit G, entitled Lower Green River/Wasatch Type Log. Would you describe the exhibit and explain to the board what it represents?
Exhibit G is a 2L type cross section over the Lower Green River and Wasatch. And you can see it shows our proposed horizontal spacing order interval. On the right side of the log is a reference map that shows the location of this 2L type section from the Duchesne No. 1 well on the west, which was chosen because it has been used in previous Newfield dockets, and the well on the east, the Cook 126B1, which was chosen because it's the deepest well closest to our application lands. On the map, you can see in red outline is our 4 1,280-acre drilling and spacing units, and outlined in the black or gray dashed lines is Newfield's North Mighton Bench field. As Mr. Gallegos mentioned earlier, all the vertical wells you can see in 2 South are all part of the Altamont Bluebell field. The cross-section on the left shows our stratigraphic formation tops from the Mahogany down through the North Horn, which is our proposed horizontal spacing order interval. These stratigraphic formation tops also show the correlative nature across these lands.
So the specific formation that we are focusing on, or formations, excuse me, go from, or they comprise the interval from the top of the Lower Green River Formation Mahogany marker bed
Yes.
to the base of the Green River-Wasatch or top of the North Horn Formation.
Yes.
And is it true that the stratigraphic equivalent is defined as between 7,212 feet and 13,651 feet, as shown in the borehole compensated sonic gamma ray log of the Flying J Dustin No. 1 well?
I don't have those exact depths on this slide, but I would assume those are correct.
Okay. And then it's correlated on the bottom by the well from the Cook number 1-26B1. That show the top of the North Horn.
Yes.
Anything else from this exhibit that you would like to testify to for the benefit of the board?
No.
Now, I'd like to call your attention to petitioner's revised Exhibit H. Describe this, you indicated you prepared this or under your supervision. Would you describe this exhibit for the board and what it
Yes.
shows?
Yep, this is AXIA's 9 potential horizontal targets that we've been previously discussing in the hearing. You can see the map on the lower left side of this slide shows again our application lands in the red dashed outline for our 4 1,280 acre drilling spacing units and their location to Newfield's North Mighton Bench, where they've drilled over 57 horizontal wells. The type log on the right side of this slide shows our stratigraphic formation tops from the TGR3 down through the upper Flagstaff. On the left side of this type log, you can see our 9 potential horizontal targets from the Garden Gulch down through the Flagstaff. We have identified over 5 primary targets from the Douglas Creek down through the Wasatch 5, and we feel that Newfield has already proven 3 of those primary targets within the Castle Peak, Uteland Butte, and Wasatch 5. The big difference between a Newfield down in 3 South, 3 West, and 3 South, 2 West, and to the north of our acreage position of 2 South, 3 West, 2 South, 2 West, and 2 South, 1 West is the depth of these targets. These targets are much deeper, over 1,000 feet, and what that does to our source rocks is it makes them mature, creates more hydrocarbons, and thus increases our resource in place. So we feel that 2 of the primary targets, the Douglas Creek and both the carbonate marker, are within the maturity window to create hydrocarbons and to get them out of the ground. 4 of our targets are still in exploratory nature, and they include the Garden Gulch, the Wasatch 4, the Wasatch 3, and the Flagstaff. We feel that the Garden Gulch has great potential for resource in place and pressure and maturity on the western side of our acreage position. And the Wasatch 3 and 4, we feel have limited resource in place, and we're currently evaluating those from an economic standpoint. And the Flagstaff, we feel, has great resource in place and pressure. However, its depth creates a problem for our economics, and we're evaluating that on the eastern side of our acreage.
Is there any evidence of barriers between these formations that would indicate there's more than a single pool of oil and gas?
No.
Are there any structural features of importance in this area that would interrupt the uniform geology?
No, they're not, and I'll be addressing that on the next exhibit.
Okay. Now, I'd like to back up, if I might, to revised Exhibit G. I want to rephrase my question. Referring to revised Exhibit G and the Cook 1-26B1 well log as depicted on revised Exhibit G, there's an indication there of the proposed horizontal spacing order interval. Would you define that for the record, that is the interval that we are seeking the modified spacing for?
Yes, so our proposed horizontal spacing order interval goes from the top of the Mahogany within the Lower Green River down through the base of the Wasatch or the North Horn Formation. And you can see that is identified on the right side of that 2L type cross-section.
Yeah, and could you reference the depths as they're depicted on this revised Exhibit G with respect to the Cook 1-26B1 well?
Yes, so the top of the Mahogany in the Cook 126B1 is 6,555 feet TVD, and the North Horn Formation is 12,392 TVD.
Is that top or bottom?
Top of the North Horn.
The top of the North Horn.
Or base of the Wasatch.
Okay.
Mhm.
Berwick, I'd now like to refer your attention to petitioner's revised Exhibit I. Explain to the board what revised Exhibit I represents.
Yes, Exhibit I is cross-section A through A prime, which shows our correlative lithology across our proposed 1,280-acre drilling and spacing units. The map on the right side is a depth map to the base of the Uteland Butte, which shows roughly 9,000 feet to 9,800 feet across our 4 1,280-acre drilling spacing units. The previous question is answered here. We see no bumps, no structures, or no faults to interrupt any lithological continuity over these spacing units. Cross-section A through A prime is also identified on this map, going from north of our 1,280-acre spacing units, across the spacing units, and ending south into Newfield's north Mighton Bench. The cross-section A through A prime shows our stratigraphic units from the mahogany down through the flagstaff, which again is our proposed horizontal spacing order interval. This cross-section also shows the correlative nature of these lithological units that are continuous over our spacing units. And again, this cross-section shows that alternating sandstones, limestones, shales, and source rocks vertically from the mahogany to the flagstaff show no major geological barrier, causing one major source and supply over our over our spacing units.
So in other words, you're seeing, and as represented by these well logs on revised Exhibit A, uniformity through the formations across this cross-section.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you have for revised Exhibit I?
No.
I would ask you, with regard to revised Exhibit I, so you mentioned the absence of geologic structures such as, anticlines, folds, synclines, faults. Does the absence of geologic structures render the lands more suitable and possibly ideal for long lateral horizontal drilling?
Yes.
I'd like to call your attention, Mr. Berwick, to Exhibit J. Explain to the board what this exhibit represents.
Yes, Exhibit J is a petrophysical model that we've developed in-house and also with a third-party consulting company. And what we've done is we've created a petrophysical model over hundreds of wells within the entire Uintah Basin. And what we've done is we've gathered core data from throughout the Uintah Basin, where we take our X-ray diffraction from the core data that identifies lithology. We've taken our porosity from our cores and tied them to our logs. And we've taken our water saturation and our oil saturation and tied those to our logs. And what that does, in using a multivariable statistical model, it allows us to calculate with the utmost confidence our resource in place. And our resource in place is calculated from our effective porosities and our water saturations. So from this example, you can see that we're showing a 300-foot zone over our Uteland Butte frac zone. And if you...
Will you point that out? This is the first time we've seen a petrophysical model as an exhibit.
Yep.
And so you need to educate us a little bit on that one. When you say you can see, I can't see it.
Yeah, I'll walk you through all the tracks real quick.
Thank you.
Yep. So each one of these are called tracks. So the first track you see is a gamma ray curve. And
That's represented in the yellow on the left?
Yellow curve in the yellow color, yes, sir. And in that track, you can see our formation tops that we've identified, as well as the top of our Uteland frac zone and the base of our Uteland frac zone, which represents 300 feet.
Okay, be more specific. What we're seeing, the top of those frac zones.
Yep, so those are just the top of the frac zones, which shows basically the depth in the ground of where they would be. And so the top of the frac zone would be 9970 in the feet in the ground and 10,297 feet in the ground.
Are those represented in blue lines?
Those are represented in blue lines, yes, sir.
Try to be as specific as you can
Yep.
Yeah.
in introducing us to this.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Burke, when you're referring to tracks, I guess to the casual observer and your counsel, I would call those columns, but I
Columns.
understand what you mean by tracks, so maybe for the benefit of the board.
Yep.
The specific columns of information and graphics reading from left to right.
Yep. So the next column is our depth track, which tells us the depth where we are on our log here. The next column is column 2, which is our resistivity, and all these are gathered after we've drilled the well and we logged the well. The resistivity basically aids us in identifying whether it's oil or water within that lithology.
Mr. Berwick, could you describe in general terms for the board what you mean by resistivity?
Yes, so the resistivity, it's a measurement of how conductive the rock is to an electrical pulse within the formation. And different fluids have different conductivities. And so all it is a measure of the conductivity. And what a resistivity is what we do is we do the inverse of conductivity for the resistivity to help us calculate the hydrocarbons in the system.
So point out where you might see hydrocarbons in that column.
Sure. So actually, that whole column is hydrocarbons. If it was a water-bearing zone, the resistivity is on a logarithmic scale from 0.2 to 2,000. And if in this situation, and if we're just specifically talking about Uteland Butte, if we were to see a water-bearing zone, we would see very low resistivity, potentially below 1 ohms, and that's the measurement of resistivity is ohm meters. And so water has very high conductivity, or inverse of it is very low resistivity. The resistivity here suggests that the entire system is saturated with hydrocarbons.
So on that column with the resistivity, it's measuring from left to right,
Yes.
lower to higher.
Yes. Column 3, which is titled Quad Combo, and what that stands for is 4 logs that were measured at once. And those logs are used in the lithological determination of the formation, as well as the porosity determination from the formation.
Could you, Mr. Berwick, could you describe?
Okay,
ahead,
I'm
Mr.
being told that I'm looking at a different one. So there's a column that has a red line down through it
Yes.
with a brown and blue set of 4 lines.
Yes. So each one of those colors, the sonic curve is the black curve, and the sonic is just the interval transit time of the rock, how fast a wave goes through the rock. When we think of sonic, it's also how we determine earthquakes, through compressional or shear waves, and that's what we're measuring in the rock here. The density of the rock, which is measured on a grams per cc, and that helps us identify the lithology, whether it's sandstone, limestone, or dolomite, as well as the density log is used in the porosity calculation. The neutron curve is always set on a scale, whether it's sandstone or limestone, and in this case it's set on a limestone matrix, and that's the blue curve. And the neutron really is there to help us measure the fluids in the rock, and the neutron responds to fluid porosity, and so whether that fluid is oil or water or gas. And the PE curve in red is a lithological log, and the values of the PE curve help us determine what lithology we are in, whether it's sandstone, limestone, dolomite, or shale.
So, Mr. Berwick, for example, on the blue curve, would you describe as it varies from right to left on the vertical graph, what is that telling you?
Yes, so if we're just looking at the blue curve, if you go and you look at the top, the Uteland Butte top, and you look at the Ostracod top, so we're going to look at about a 100-foot interval there. The blue curve is on a porosity scale. On the right side, it's negative 10%, and on the left side, it's 30% porosity on a neutron scale. And what that shows is we have porosity within the rock that the neutron is responding to. And it's also responded to a fluid-filled porosity. And it's the resistivity we use to determine that fluid. So it says that there's movable fluids in the rock.
And then say again on permeability, what that tells you about permeability?
That doesn't quite tell us about permeability. Permeability would be a different calculation used to help determine how those fluids would move through the rock for the permeability.
Mr. Berwick, when you were answering my question about the blue curve, you used the term porosity.
Yes.
Could you describe for all of us the difference between porosity and permeability and why it matters?
Yes, so porosity is the void space between the grains that hold a substance. So the substance could be a solid substance or it could be a fluid. And the permeability is the contact between the two grains in which the fluid moves through them. And so think about it, if you had a mason jar full of marbles and you poured water into that mason jar, the reason why the water goes down through the marbles is the permeability, and the water is stored within the marbles in the porosity. That's a good illustration.
I'm just intrigued by the permeability. Porosity is that this is a tool that can tell you a lot more about porosity than perhaps other tools that have been available.
Yes. Modern logs today tell us a lot that is going on in the reservoir, and that's what gives us the utmost confidence that this system is saturated with movable hydrocarbons.
And so in terms of permeability, in terms of coming up with a number for your equations on permeability, which of the logs, and if we haven't talked about it yet, you're going to get to it, save it, but on permeability, which of the logs gives you the best?
So permeability isn't calculated very accurately from log measurements. Permeability is more accurately calculated through core. And so there's all sorts of ways you can measure permeability through analysis of a core.
Correct.
And then what
so this doesn't really
I'm not
tell
sure.
you more than what a core does. So it's not like in terms of permeability, it's standard. On some of these other things, it's very advanced.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In fact, we would steer clear of a permeability discussion because it's too complicated to try to calculate from conventional logs if you don't have core to tie the permeability to. It's a very, very tight rock.
So to continue, and clearly the permeability is not too good because you plan to frack. Is that a
Yep.
good?
In fact, the permeability is so low that this area doesn't justify a 600 or a vertical well. And so back to the earlier discussions, where vertical wells are a great choice is when you have very good porosity and very good permeability, and you necessarily don't have to frack the well. Mr. Sayers mentioned our discovery and development of Three Rivers. Three Rivers to the south is in what we would call conventional rock that has great porosity and great permeability, and we developed that on a vertical nature. The hydrocarbons will move freely to the wellbore without much need of a stimulation. Here, because we're in the Central Basin and our lithologies are predominantly limestone, the term we use is they're very tight, or there's not much permeability. And so if you were to drill a vertical well here, it would probably be uneconomic. It will make hydrocarbon, but it will make an order of magnitude less a hydrocarbon than a horizontal well would.
Thank you.
Now, moving across the graph, describe the next column.
Yes, so the next column is called the porosity column. And there you can see we have three basic curves. The first curve I want you to look at is the effective porosity curve, and that's color-filled in green. And the scale on the right side is 0 porosity, and on the left side is 20% porosity, or 0.2. And you can see that through the Uteland-Butte interval, we have upwards of 4, 6, and 8% effective porosity. And what I mean by effective porosity is it's porosity that will move hydrocarbons. The blue curve, the dashed blue curve that goes down through the center of that column, is our water saturation. And that's on a scale from 100% on the left side to negative 100% on the right side. So zero is the center of the column. And you can see we have very low water saturation through the intervals between 10 to 20%. So we don't expect to make much water, if at all, in this zone. The last curve in there is the light blue colored curve, and that's our bulk volume water curve, and that just tells us how much water is in the system, how much what we can expect. And because it's all below roughly 2.5%, we call that water at irreducible, or that water stuck to the grains and it's not going to move at all. The next column is our lithology column, and that shows our lithology is dominated by limestones in the brick blue color, dolomites in the cross-hatched purple color where there's not much there, and sandstones, which is the yellow dotted color-filled color. And so this lithology is computed from the previous logs that I was explaining.
And that's the real benefit of this petrophysical model, is
Yes.
that's the heart of the interpretive process.
Yep, yes, sir, and it shows the storage that the rock has for a fluid, whether it's hydrocarbons or water or gas.
Could you describe it? And so the green area is what the model shows with respect to oil?
In the lithology column, the green color filled on the right side is the volume of the rock that is filled with hydrocarbons.
What's the range of percentage?
It's on average 5 to 8% volume of that rock is hydrocarbon filled.
Could you put that in perspective? Is that typical? Is that a lot, or is that?
That's typical for if we're referring to just the Uteland Butte on this diagram. That's very
Right.
typical of the Uteland Butte.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. The last column, which I call the gas column, is when you drill a well, you have a gas detection out at the well site, which measures the amount of gas that the formation is expelling while drilling through it. And so this curve is just to show that there's gas coming out of the formation while drilling through it, and it gives us hope, and it gives us confidence that there's hydrocarbons within the system. In other words, if there was no gas coming out of this, it would not give us hope that there's no hydrocarbons in the system.
Now, Mr. Berwick, using the exhibits you've referred to, revised exhibits G, H, I, and Exhibit J, define the top and bottom of the pool?
So if we go back to, if I understand your question correctly, if we go back to revised Exhibit G,
Yes.
the top and bottom of the pool would be the top of the mahogany at 6,555 feet, and the base of the pool would be at the top of the North Horn or the base of the Wasatch, which would be at 12,392 feet.
And you've already described the various formations that comprise the pool, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
May I ask a question here, please?
On the gas column,
Sure.
when you find the gas, is that gas flared or is it part of the well production?
It's typically while you're drilling the well, and so it's typically flared.
But can I answer that?
Yes,
I
thank
would
you.
tell you one thing that
Mr. Sayers, like to respond to that question?
yeah. We're making arrangements to go ahead and lay gas lines prior to completion. And so while Brian's right, while we're drilling the well, you always have some gas that comes out from the actual drilling of the formation. It's nothing to do with that, so it's flared. But it's a very, very small amount of gas. But the day we complete the well, we plan on putting it down the pipeline, so we don't anticipate flaring much at all. We'll have that gas line there day one.
Thank you.
If I can follow up to an answer as well, every well drilled in and around the world has gas detection. It's there mainly for the safety of the crew on the well site, and that, like Mr. Sayers said, it's a very small amount, and we capture it and measurement to give us more data to analyze the formations.
This is the mud gas detector, isn't it, in a mud logging unit?
Yes, sir.
There may not necessarily be any free gas that breaks out unless you're running a gas buster or something. Is that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
This curve comes down to how heavy the mud is when you're drilling. If your mud is heavier than the formation pressure, no gas could come out. If it's lighter than the formation pressure, lots of gas could come out. Gas busters help us move the gas to the flare line, and so there's a lot of components to it.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to bring your attention to revised Exhibit K. And would you explain to the board what this exhibit shows and represents?
Yes, this exhibit shows our hydraulic fracture orientation for our wells near our spacing hearing. The map below here, again, is the depth to the base of the Uteland. And again, it shows roughly 9,000 feet to 9,800 feet across our 4 1,280-acre drilling and spacing units. And the importance of this slide really is to determine the direction we need to drill for our horizontal wells. And so what we do is we have 4 examples here just across the northern part of our drilling and spacing units. And all 4 of those wells have log data or image log data that tells us our induced fracture orientation and our natural fracture orientation. And so you can see from our induced fracture orientation, it ranges from north 49 degrees west to north 65 degrees west, or it averages north 58 degrees west, and that is the red angle that's on top of each one of those well bores. Also from those well bores, you can see our natural fractures that occur in the ground are roughly east-west or 90 degrees. And this is very important because you want to drill your horizontal.
What shows that? Let me interrupt you. You just said it shows it. What on that exhibit shows that?
So from our image log data and our log data, they tell us that our natural fractures are at that orientation. So that's from the interpretation of that.
I think what the chairman may be asking Mr. Burke is specifically on this exhibit. Could you describe the depictions?
Yeah, so on this
graphics that show what you're talking about, maybe in a little more, specific terms.
Yep. So on this exhibit, we're showing our induced fractures that are at the red angle, and the angle of those red lines on those wells are our induced fractures from drilling. The diagram to the right is also our induced fracture orientation, and that's mainly very important for Taryn, who's going to talk later about our fracture orientation. This slide is really to set up for the natural fractures, which aren't depicted on those wells, but they're 90 degrees east-west, and which is published and known throughout this area for our natural fractures. And what that does is that tells us that you want to drill perpendicular to your natural fracture orientation to give yourself so you can intersect the most natural fractures possible, which allows you to recover the highest amount of hydrocarbons out of the fracture system.
So to summarize, the natural fracturing is east-west, and so you want to drill the long horizontals north-south.
Yes, sir. You'd want to drill the horizontal wells north-south or south-north.
How does the data shown on revised Exhibit K with respect to the subject lands that we're discussing today relate to the geology and fracture characteristics of the lands immediately to the south under Newfield's Cause 139-134?
From the research we've done over the Newfield's North Mighton Bench, the fracture orientation does change to the west, but directly to the south of us, their natural fracture orientation is east-west. That's why all of their laterals are pretty much north-south in orientation. So we're doing exactly the same as Newfield is doing.
We'll have our last witness testify further about the induced fracturing on revised Exhibit K. Mr. Burke, is it your opinion that the geology in the subject lands of the Butcher Butte project support the proposed spacing on 1,280-acre stand-up drilling and spacing units?
Yes.
Your opinion, based on the geology of the subject lands, that the uniformity and thickness of the geologic formations between the top of the Lower Green River Formation, Mahogany, to the top of the North Horn Formation, across the subject lands make these intervals an attractive target for long horizontal drilling?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the fracture orientation, and I assume we're referring to the natural fracture orientation east-west, supports the utilization of the stand-up 1,280 acre proposed drilling and spacing units for the subject lands?
Yes.
Your opinion that the oil, gas, and hydrocarbons within the subject formations between the top of the Lower Green River Formation, Mahogany, to the top of the North Horn Formation across the project lands constitute a common source of supply?
Yes.
Subject to rebuttal testimony, that concludes our presentation of geologic evidence. If there are any other questions by the board?
No, we appreciate both the testimony and the education. With that, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I'd like to echo the helpfulness of that testimony, Mr. Berwick. If you would, let's turn back to revised Exhibit H. And maybe in a little bit of conjunction with Exhibit J, but the gist of the question is you're showing a thickness for all these target zones of 2,400 feet. And doing the math, that turns into an average of about 300 feet each. Can you explain to the board and the division what, if that's uniform thickness of those target zones, around 300 feet each, or some thicker than others? How does that work?
Yep, that was a great long division. So how we determined those was, if you look at Exhibit H, and you look on the left side of the type log, you'll see one of the green colored zones is called the Uteland Butte. And so within the Uteland Butte, if you look at the gamma ray curve, which is the yellow curve, where the gamma ray on the lower side is at its cleanest or the highest value on the lowest side, we take that point and we add 200 feet above that point and 100 feet below that point. And Taryn is going to talk a lot more about that in detail, but that is the gist of how thick we think we're going to stimulate that rock, which is a 300-foot interval. So what we've done there is from the base of that 100 feet, we've just added 300 feet below that, added 300 feet below that, and from the top of the Uteland Butte, we've gone 300 feet above that and 300 feet above that. So you are correct, they are 300-foot zones.
Okay, so, sorry, continue.
That hopefully answered.
Okay. Yeah, I just was trying to clarify that while this is science-based, it's also a little bit arbitrary, right? 100 feet, 200 feet.
I don't know if I'd call it arbitrary. Taryn has done a lot of extensive science on the engineering side to determine that 300 feet.
All right, and I certainly didn't mean that to sound as an insult. I was just trying to figure out how things were so uniform that far underground. Mm-hmm. This may also be a question that could be postponed, but I'll pose it now. Will AXIA try to target kind of that spot that you were describing between 100 feet up from the next member down? Where's the target within each of these target zones?
So by target, I'm assuming the horizontal placement of the lateral?
That's right, yeah. I'm using the same word to mean two different things.
Yes, you are correct. We will try to, it's just serendipity on the geology that in each one of our zones, we do want to kind of be within 100 feet above the base and 200 feet below the base. The lithology there is the type of lithology we want to drill in and also stimulate in. So,
all right, thank you. And remind me, but there was testimony, I believe, from you earlier that we don't know yet that we suspect, but we don't know that all these targets will be economic.
Well, we do know that when we talk economics, that's Taryn and Adam's more testimony, but. What we do know is Newfield has already proven and discovered 3 of our 5 primary targets, which would include the Castle Peak, the Uteland Butte, and the Wasatch 5. Newfield also has wells that are economic and uneconomic in the Wasatch 4 and the Wasatch 3. And that's why we call them more exploratory in nature, because nobody quite still understands those, and the economics there struggle.
Okay, thank you. And again, I may re-ask some of these questions, but those Wasatch 4 and 3 then, If those did prove up to be economic, you might have to come back to the board and actually ask for more wells. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Taryn is actually going to be discussing that in his testimony.
All right, thank you. I'll hold off on a couple other questions then. My last for you is returning to your testimony, and I want to clarify if I heard you correctly. You're speaking about how, at least with regard to the Uteland Butte, but it sounded like more broadly that this entire area isn't very conducive to vertical drilling. Did I understand you correctly? Could you maybe restate that?
Yes, you did understand me correctly. This area is a very small area within the basin where the lithology of the rock doesn't bode well for vertical well drilling. When you go to the north, Altamont Bluebell, we're in a different formation and we're in different rock where the vertical wells do work. But here, it is my opinion on the geology side that the porosity and the permeability don't bode well for vertical drilling.
All right, thank you, Mr. Berwick. Nothing else from the division, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Lear. Mr. Borda. Board members, any questions on this? Where would, the question I had was, it was natural faults. Where in the general area do you see much of major faulting? And the reason I ask that is my understanding is that there's no faulting or lesser faulting in this general area. So that's the commonality of it all.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So fracturing and faulting are two different
I'm
things.
talking about faulting. So
Yeah.
is there regional faulting to the faulting to the south?
The nearest major faults to us would be north of actually Altamont Bluebell Field, and that's the basin boundary fault that separates the Uintah Basin from the Uintah Mountains. And to the south, we don't get into faulting until to the west of Monument Butte Field, where we have a system there called the Duchesne system. And so there's really no, on the eastern side of the basin, we have major fractures that are filled with gilsonite that we mine today. And so those are on the eastern side. So in our area, in our project area, there's no significant faults to be concerned about.
Thank you.
Referring in the subject formations that we're addressing today. In the formations that we're focused on today.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions of Mr. Burdick?
Okay, thank you very much. Board members and council, would it be okay if we took a short break?
Just have one witness after this. Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12 after.
Thank you.
I think
You'd lose 3,000.
Okay, we are back on the record. Mr. Keller, we're with you for your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness, we'd like to call Taryn Frenzel, who's Vice President of Completions and Engineering for AXIA. We would like to admit him as an expert in reservoir engineering and drainage analysis for purposes of this proceeding.
Mr. Robinson?
The division stipulates.
Mr. Lear? We're talking about whether Taryn Frenzel
Yes.
should be admitted as an expert in engineering. Mr. Borda? Board members? Then he's so admitted.
Mr. Frenzel, would you state your name and position with AXIA?
Yes, my name is Taryn Frenzel. I'm out of Denver. My position is VP of Completions and Engineering.
Basically, what are your principal responsibilities in that role?
Sure, reserves, completions, economics, essentially anything to do with engineering at the company.
What did you review to prepare for your testimony today, Mr. Frenzel?
Logs, productions, EURs, again, performance of existing wells. There's a lot of data available in our area. As I'll go into a little bit later, we're not the first to do the long laterals, so we have the advantage of really researching what's been done so we can take that forward.
Yeah. Regarding AXIA's engineering exhibits that we will...
Just a reminder to speak closely to the microphone so that you're both audible to the recorder and to the public.
Regarding AXIA's engineering exhibits, petitioner's revised exhibits L, N, and O, did you prepare or supervise preparation of those exhibits?
Yes.
And those exhibits true and accurate to the best of your understanding?
Yes.
And are they based on information ordinarily relied by petroleum reservoir engineers?
Yes.
Now, we've already, we'd like to return to revised Exhibit A regarding the hydraulic fracture orientation, induced and natural. Explain to the board what this represents, particularly with regard to the induced fracturing.
Yeah, so again, this is measured by our geologist, but used by the fracturing team, myself. So again, this shows the induced fractures. What that means to us is this is the direction that the hydraulic fracture that I create will induce and propagate. So this is going to be the direction that the fractures grow, which we've identified as north 58 degrees west. So we'll use this in our calculations. This will help us, along with half-length information, to set up spacing and drainage.
Yeah, and so the induced fracture ring is represented by the red diagonal depictions on revised Exhibit K?
Yes.
Yeah. And what supplies the data for that determination?
Most of these are from dipole sonic, where we get the maximum stress direction from anisotropy. In the well that the 1022, we have image logging, so we can actually visually see the induced fractures. Also with that log, you can see the natural fractures, which we alluded to is in the east-west direction on that particular well.
Yeah. Now we'd like to turn to revised Exhibit L. You explain to the board what this exhibit represents. There's a lot of information, so if you could go through it in an orderly fashion for our benefit, that would be helpful.
Sure, this
Mr.
is
Frenzel.
going to explain original oil in place and our target economics.
Mr. Frenzel, could I interrupt just briefly? Why is original oil in place and target economics important to our, understanding of today's proceeding?
We really have to understand the original oil in place so that when we identify the EUR or the production of the well, we can identify the space that that particular well is draining based on recovery factors, which is very important when we're setting up spacing.
Then with regard to target economics?
This just shows this is the reason that we have the 5 targets that we picked, is we have enough resource in this place to get us a positive economics and meet AXIA's hurdles.
Okay. Now, would you describe the particulars of the exhibit?
Yeah, I'm just going to walk through the table real quick. Again, the 5 primary targets are in green, down from the Douglas Creek down to the Wasatch 5. As we explained earlier, we do have targets above us and below us that were secondary targets. When we do the reservoir analysis, there's just a lower amount of oil in place, and based on recoveries, it's going to take a little bit more oil price and or lower costs to develop those particular zones. But we are definitely identified and look forward to exploring those at a later date. But the first 5 are what we're focused on today.
Now, on the revised Exhibit L, the second column is entitled Net. What does that show?
Yeah, so I'll go through this little by little. The net, the porosity, and the saturations, as we went through earlier, Brian spent some time on the petrophysics. This is what this came up with. So this depicts the storage, how much oil, gas, and water can be physically stored in this rock. And this gives us the numbers for our original oil in place. So we have a very detailed petrophysical model. We have third-party information and checking that information from petrophysicists. So we're always tweaking this a little bit, but we feel very good about the numbers that went into the model to give us the oil in place. The area that we're talking about, 1,280 stand-up, this gives us, again, reserves north of 100 million. On the recovery factors, again, this is another area I spent a lot of time on. There are 57 horizontal wells to the south of us at varying lengths and varying formations. So when you look at that on an individual basis and look at the completions on those, on how far they extend to, as well as knowing their EURs and their oil in place, you can come up with reasonable recovery factors for those particular wells. Also looking at other dockets that have been presented before yourself, you'll see that the average expected recovery factor is 10 to 15%. And based on my evaluation on the 57 wells to the south, we would agree with that we're going to expect a range from 10 to 15% on our initial wells.
You use the term EUR. What are you referring to?
That's your economic recoverable reserves. How much a well will produce economically.
Right. Thank you. Now going back to the second column there, net, what is that showing?
So we talked about a 300-foot frac interval. So this is based on modeling, microseismic. So even though the Uteland Butte zone is 116 feet thick, we're going to grow 300 feet. So we're actually going to capture the Uteland Butte plus some formation above it and below it. With that 300 feet within that, we have certain cutoffs that give us net porosity within that, or net pay within that. So within the 300 feet in the Douglas Creek, which is the top interval, we have 218 feet of that we figure will produce oil.
So the net is of that particular formation, the thickness of that particular formation. Target in feet.
The net, the 300 feet is the gross. That's the thickness of the interval we're looking at. The net is how much pay is within that interval.
Thank you. Explain the next columns.
Yeah. So when we're looking at the number of wells that we're going to produce on a per zone basis, it's 660 spacing. Again, based on microseismic, we believe that that gives you 8 wells per 1280 in each zone. So with 5 primary targets, that gives us up to 40 wells that we would need to drill to drain this 1280. We're asking for 32 wells today, and we'll talk about that in a few slides on how we'll address the other 8 wells that are currently stranded behind setbacks. With all those numbers, you end up with the recoverable reserves from 850 to north of 1 million barrels, and the rate of return from 13% on up to about 47% rate of return. This definitely meets AXIA's hurdles for development. I'll also point out that this is April 2016 strip pricing, which is already a couple months old. We see oil pricing getting stronger already today, which improves these economics, and we see them getting stronger over the next year or so. Some of the basics that went into these parameters, again, there's a lot of well data, horizontal well data to the south of us. That gave us the type curve, the decline curve analysis that we did. You end up with a B of a 1.66, initial decline of 76%. So these aren't made up. Like I said, there's a lot of well data below us here in the south to come up with these numbers. And the last point is these are $12 million wells. It's not a cheap expenditure. So we put a lot of time and effort to really understand our risk and that we're going to make a positive well. We do believe that.
Mr. Frenzel, what in the column, the third or the fourth column, BO formation volume factor, what does that represent, and what does, could you put the 1.4 number, which is reflected for each of the targets, in perspective?
Sure, that's the formation volume factor. It's based on your GOR, so we have information on GOR based on the amount of gas produced for every barrel of oil, and it gives you the expansion. So 1 barrel downhole is 1.4 barrels at the surface.
Okay. Then what does the oil saturation, or SO, refer to?
Again, that's what Brian goes through on his petrophysical model. So he does that on every foot basis. So within that 300-foot interval, he gives me the average oil saturation. That's the amount of porosity that is filled with oil.
Thank you. Explain how market conditions affect the well economics. Is there anything else you'd like to inform the board about revised Exhibit L?
The one last thing, again, we'd mentioned targets above us and below us, and they just need a little bit more market price, and $10 to $20 will get us there. But also, Adam alluded to earlier, these first 2 wells, we have to go in and leave, so it's $12 million. With a 1-rig program, we'd hope to get that cost down to about $10 million and have economies of scale. Again, what this does is allow us to go into the more exploratory zones and possibly add additional zones here. And if we do so, we'll come back here and get approval for more than 32 wells.
Yeah, when you, Adam, Mr. Sayers referred earlier to the 1-rig program. Would you just briefly describe what you mean by that?
Again, that's putting a rig out there continuously, so you'll drill 1 well about every 30 days until we shut it down. But we'll continue on until we have drilled everything up.
So at least the current plan is to drill 2 long lateral horizontal wells, and based on that information, then to begin the 1-rig program.
That is correct. We have a lot of data to gather, so we'll get our 2 initial wells, and what that does, we have to look at our acreage on an east-west basis and make sure everything is the same east-west, and we have 5 targets to explore, and possibly more with the exploratory zones. It just requires a lot of wells at $12 million.
Mm-hmm. Frenzel, I'd like you to refer to revised Exhibit N.
Would you mind if we ask some questions?
Well, please, go ahead.
And it may very well be that the division may have some questions on this exhibit. It's an important exhibit. Go ahead.
You identify your 5 targets in green, correct?
Correct.
It looks like the Garden Gulch target actually has a higher rate of return, but you're not identifying that. Why is that?
That's correct. So what this shows us, and it's kind of back to a permeability issue, you can have porosity without permeability. So the Garden Gulch really intrigues us because there is 1.7 million barrels possible recoverable there. What we don't understand is recoverable. So at 10%, it looks great. If it's not mature enough, that means that oil won't move even though it's there. So that's what we'll want to identify. We'll probably have to get a little bit of core to understand the maturity in that level as we drill our other wells.
Thank you.
Okay. I have other questions. I have a question on the last column on the ROR. Have you done any ROI on the return on investment on any of these 5 target zones?
I have not.
Would it be fair to say you're above or below 40%? Clearly you are on the Wasatch 5, but
Chairman, possibly Mr. Sayers.
Yeah, I might
could
be able to
speak
answer
to
some
that
of
if
those
he may.
questions.
okay, go ahead.
My name's Adam Sayers. I would tell you that at today's oil price, if you look at that NYMEX deck, one thing I wanted to point out, when we used the forward strip, if you will, for NYMEX, you see $45, $46 for 2017. What's really important to point out, and we have that in that economic parameters just above, is most of this is a yellow wax or a black wax, and in addition to that, we take deductions of anywhere, you get about 85 to maybe 87% of that price deck there. So the actual price that we get at the wellhead is going to be less than that. I would tell you right now we're probably below that 40% to answer your question.
Okay. And that's the differential you're referring to, what they call the Uintah Basin differential.
Exactly.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keller, for letting us interrupt you.
Thank you for a good question. Mr. Frenzel, now let's refer to revised Exhibit N, entitled Spacing with W Pattern. And if you could, in simplistic terms for all of us, and first begin by describing what do you mean by the W pattern?
Yeah, this is probably a new concept in this area, and it's been developing more and more with these stacked lateral pays, zones like we're doing here in the horizontal nature. So where the W pattern comes in is if you look at two zones above and below each other, if you connect the wellbores, you end up with this wave or W pattern within the zones there. It's just a staggering nature of the wellbores to minimize any hydraulic interference in a vertical nature. Any potential interference, and this has allowed more senior horizontal plays that have stacked nature that are 3 or 4 years ahead of us down in Texas in the Permian Basin to get even more laterals where it wouldn't have been possible before by stacking them on top of each other and removing more oil and increasing recovery factors within formations. So we'll be applying that same technology here as well to, again, minimize any kind of possible interference between zones and maximize recovery.
What was the basis for this, the information you used to prepare this exhibit, revised Exhibit N?
Studies in the Permian Basin.
Would you, based on the use of the proposed W pattern here in these Butcher Butte lands, would you describe the parameters that you're going to be using with respect to the positioning of the wells?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. We start with the Uteland Butte. That'll be normal spacing, so you'll end up with 660 from the lease line as your first wellbore. As you move up to the Castle Peak, what you'll do is you'll end up moving that over 330 feet to the east. It's still 660 spacing within each zone. It's just staggered 330 feet over. And again, your highest hydraulic frac height is at the wellbore. So if you move that over 330 feet, you minimize any possible effects that these might have to each other vertically.
And would you describe the distance between vertically?
I'll go through the rest of this. As in the other dockets, we will not drill a wellbore any closer than 330 feet laterally. Docket 131, 141, 139, 134. Within the same zone from a producing interval or any existing future vertical or horizontal well. That goes along with that, and to your question, we'll be at least 100 feet above or below in vertical distance, and with that we'll have no interwell setbacks. So what that means is if we drill a wellbore, if we're at least 100 feet up, we have the ability to move east or west at any distance that we want to optimally drain that particular formation above us. And last, I do want to go over the cartoon at the bottom. This represents our current plans. Again, 8 wells for 5 primary targets, again from the Douglas Creek down to the Wasatch 5. As you can see, there are 40 wellbores there. from east to west. And the shading area represents wellbores that will not be drilled under this current docket and setbacks. Two of the wellbores have come up before on the right-hand side in the middle, in the carb marker and the Uintah Butte. They're drilled on the lease line. So at a later date, we'll have to get a sharing agreement to be able to drill those wells, and we'll come back to do that. The other wells that are a little different, and again, this is happening in the Permian Basin, reduced setbacks on the edges. I'll show on the next slide that from a microseismic standpoint, these wells work, but with 560 setbacks, and again, it's because of the W staggered pattern. Now within the Uintah Butte, when we move up to the Castle Peak and move to the west now 330 feet, now we're within the 560 setback now, and we can no longer drill that well under this docket. We'll address that again on the, it's fine. What we have plenty of wells in the middle. What we want to do is gather more information on specific spacing, bring that back to the board, and get approval for the additional 6 wells at a later time.
In general terms, could you explain how this proposed W pattern drilling program promotes maximum recovery of oil and gas?
Yeah, again, it minimizes any possible interference between hydraulic fractures in a vertical sense. What that does, it's going to maximize the amount of oil that we get out of each zone because of that lack of interference, and it's going to increase our recovery factors and how much oil we can get out of the ground.
Bain, could you explain in general terms how that proposed drilling program will reduce waste?
It's the same thing. So if our recovery factors go up, we don't strand as much oil in the ground.
Anticipate there being any negative impact to the existing vertical wells in these lands? There are 3 existing vertical wells. If AXIA fully developed sections with 32 wells drilled on the W pattern as depicted in revised Exhibit N?
We do not.
Okay. Have any other questions about revised Exhibit N?
Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Few questions for Mr. Frenzel. Let me start by turning everyone's attention back to D1, revised Exhibit D1. We may not need to look at it. It's a simple question. AXIA operates 2 of the existing vertical wells. As I understand it, are those economic?
They're not. So we actually operate 8 wells in this area. The average EUR on those is 170,000 barrels. It costs, these are 13,000 feet deep because we're deep here, and you have to get to the deep Wasatch to really enhance the production. $5 to $6 million to drill and complete. It's just, there's no way to make that work.
All right, thank you. And so I'm not sure that you would know, but we can presume that it's probably the same case with Newfield's well.
They have drilled vertical wells to the south, and they've obviously spaced 45 1280 spacing units, and I believe, I cannot speak for them, but they're going full force on horizontal play.
Yeah, if I might interject, I think he was referring to the Emerald Phoenix well operated by a Newfield in Section 31 of our area.
Correct. That well is about 50 to 60,000 barrels EUR, cumed about 30 so far. The economics don't work.
All right, thank you. Moving on, let's go back to revised Exhibit L, please. This sort of follows up on the last question. Would you please explain a little bit more detail your second to last column, recoverable reserves? I apologize for not asking a lot of simple leading questions, but this is kind of a multi-part question. If you would kind of explain how you developed the numbers in that column. We don't see any type curves in evidence. Maybe they're in the background, you know, developing this table. Did you have specific data on each target? How did that work?
Yeah, so the recoverable reserves actually is independent of any kind of type curve that's out there. It just tells you how the well produces those particular reserves. The reserves themselves come from in-place calculations, so you have the total reserves at a total amount of oil in place, and then we got to figure out how much we can remove of that. And I've said I can remove probably 10% of that oil out of the ground with present-day technology. Multiply those two numbers together, and that's on a 1280 basis. Now we're going to divide that by 8 wells per 1280 that we can efficiently drain each zone. That'll give you the recoverable reserves on that column. From there, we put that into the type curve analysis, or the type curve, and that tells us the rate of return that we expect based on how we expect it to decline over time.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain then what the relationship would be between your numbers in that column and actual production from a given well?
Yeah, so this is reserves in our area. All the recovery factors were generated from Newfield's data to the south. Again, they have a ton of data and varying lengths. So the recovery factor is the main point to key into, and then we calculate the reserves in their area, which matches the production in their area. And then we could bring that up to our area, and as Brian alluded to earlier, we are deeper, hotter, more mature here, so we do have more reserves here on a per foot basis, less water. So our numbers are a little higher than what you'd see in the south.
All right, thank you. Skipping around a little bit, based on the drilling program you've described earlier, about how long would it take until full field development, assuming that the 1 well per month goes forward?
That's a dynamic question. So obviously the 1 rig program would help delineate our acreage. From there, once we understand every target that we want to go after, it's likely more than a 1 rig program to get everything finished, for sure. So we're not just talking about 4 1280s. We have much more than that across the field. This is just the first step.
Okay, thank you. Would it be correct to say that if the 1 rig program developed the lands that we have in front of us today, that would take around 10 years, and of course, again, subject to, you could speed up development?
Sure,
as more
12 wells a year is what we can expect.
Yeah, can I add something? It's Adam
Please.
Sayers. Really, when we talk about the 1 rig program, what we're trying to do, as Taryn mentioned, is delineate the 5 zones across the position. So we have 2 things we need to do. We need to prove up the zones in the west, need to prove up the zones in the east, and we need to do it, in our opinion now, a minimum of 5 different zones. And so that's on the order of 15 to 20 wells. So that if you did that with a 1 rig program, you're talking about one year, 1 year, maybe a little bit over. Then at that point, you know what works, and then you'd come in with multiple rigs to develop this in a timely fashion.
All right, thank you. Maybe, and this could be directed at both of you, depending on who's more qualified. The division's fine with anyone that'd like to answer. Does this chart on revised Exhibit L tell us anything about economics for short laterals, and do you have any information? These would be possible to mix and match shorts and longs, but we haven't heard anything about shorts. If you could maybe touch on that, either Mr. Sayers or Mr. Frenzel.
I'll touch on that, and Adam can add anything to that. So the economics of short laterals are obviously poor. You can see that with the wells in the south. It costs you most of your dollars to get to 5,000 feet. To drill that extra 5,000 feet is a couple $1 million after you've spent 10. So the economies of scale to keep going on those long laterals, and that's why we're seeing that becoming a standard in the industry, just improves your economics so much better.
All right, thank you. And again, on revised Exhibit L, is it correct that in the left column, in the target interval column, the green highlights are the primary targets?
That is correct.
And the white, if that's an even shading at all, the Garden Gulch target is a secondary target?
That's one of a few secondary targets, correct.
Right. And then moving over to the ROR column on the far right, it seems, can you explain why a much higher ROR is a secondary target?
Sure. So again, this is based on 10% recovery factor. That's because that's what we see down in the zones right below it. The reason it's intriguing to us is because we see so much reserves in place. And again, what we have to understand is it mature enough, and will those reserves move? If they do not move, obviously that recovery factor will go to 2% in that particular zone due to maturity.
All right, thank you. And finally, let's take a look at Exhibit N. I believe it was revised. And it sounds, and this sounds like, you know, I'm going back to vertical wells, and we've heard a couple different times that they're just not economic, the ones that are already drilled, future ones. But since they would be allowed under the spacing order that you've requested, can you explain to us how vertical would affect the drilling program that we see down here in the cartoon?
Any vertical well that's drilled in the future, just like we say here, will just adhere to being at least 330 feet away from any producing interval within that vertical well. And just because it's vertical doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect in the same zone that we want to go horizontal in. So there are different completions on the vertical side. And again, it is certainly not AXIA's position to even attempt vertical wells at this time. It just doesn't appeal to us economically.
All right, thank you. One more question, if I could pass the mic to Mr. Rogers, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Is your plan of operations is to drill across the the Garden Gulch, all 8 wells, or would you drill one and then produce down to another interval? Or are you just going to look at it case by case?
Yeah, we'll look at it case by case. As Adam alluded to, once we hit development mode, now we're talking about setting up very large pads, up to 20 well pads, to get all of these intervals. And so it depends on reach, on which zones we want to try to get from each pad. Essentially, you'll drill through the Garden Gulch on every one of our laterals, but we will not enter the Garden Gulch in that particular case. So,
Nothing further from the division, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Lear. Any questions? Mr. Please. Mr. Bolda, thank you.
Bolda, on behalf of Newfield Production Company. Is the examination of Mr. Frenzel, is that concluded? Or did you have,
But
that was my question.
was asking if people had questions about that Exhibit N, and we kind of got into lots of other
Okay,
things. which is fine.
that's what I thought. If he's going to get to the next exhibit, I'll hold my question until then.
Okay. We have one more exhibit.
One question on this exhibit. Is it possible to, so you drill through the Garden Gulch and go down to wherever the Uteland Butte, and maybe, what if the Uteland Butte is not economic, can you use that horizontal drill bore and turn and hit the, or do you have to start right over?
no, you can sidetrack. We're actually planning intermediate pipe in here, so it'll take a little bit of work if it didn't go. But since it is above you, there should be enough room to go ahead and sidetrack and get
Okay.
into the Garden Gulch on those wells.
And then just for me, would you, if you're comfortable doing this, what is the difference between rate of return and return on investment in the calculation? Is that something that you'd be comfortable answering?
Yeah, I mean, typically we're using, Adam Sayers. Typically we just do rate of return. We don't view much on return on investment. Typically we're net present value. I mean, we're trying to create value for our investors, and so we use net present value considerations along with rate of return. Rate of return gives you obviously an indication of your initial investment and how that pays out over time. But what also is very, very important to us is how much return you get. In an example of that would be is if you had 2 projects that were 35% rate of return each, but one returned 100,000 net present value, but one returned $1 million. Obviously, on an ROR basis, they'd be equivalent, but net present value, big difference.
And in the industry today, is it in PV10?
I think, from PV10 is used generally in terms of buying production. So if there's existing production where the risk of the ultimate recovery is pretty substantiated, there's not a lot of variation, there's a lot of wells, PV8 to PV10 is generally used for the acquisition. From a drilling standpoint, because there's added risk, generally speaking, we look to 15%, north of that 20, and that's why Taryn pointed out on this Wasatch 5 that shows 13% of return. That would look like it's below our hurdles today, but as Taryn pointed out, that's at an initial cost of $12 million. We know in a development scenario we can get that down to $10 million, which would bolster that return up above our hurdles.
Thank you.
Mr. Frenzel, could we turn now to petitioner's revised Exhibit O? Titled Setbacks. Would you describe generally what it depicts, both in the written material on the left-hand side of the exhibit and then in the diagram on the right-hand?
Yes, again, for this docket, we are asking for 560 east-west setbacks and 330 north-south setbacks. And I'll just draw your attention to the diagram really quickly to show you what's going on over here. Again, this is a revised exhibit. We originally asked for 300-foot setbacks, and the original well shows that on the left-hand side. That well will not be drilled under this docket, so that's just a well that we'll have to come back to with some data to get drilled. So keep your focus on the right-hand side, which is the Uintah Butte, and that's where the numbers will be illustrated by.
So in referring to the exhibit diagram, what you just said is that the Castle Peak well bore would not be drilled.
Correct.
Under the proposed 560 east-west setback.
Right, and I'll allude to that, just where that would fit in just a minute. Based on 3 dockets, there's microseismic data available. We're partners in one of the wells, and the other 2 wells were presented at the board here. Essentially, your average east-west half length at north 58 west, and that's where that number comes in from earlier, as the orientation of our fractures is 263 feet. So this is where this is important. So even though we think we're fracking out 311 feet from the wellbore, on an east-west direction, because of that angle, it shrinks down to 263 feet. So from the toe of our fracture, we're still almost 400 feet from the lease line. Same thing in the north-south direction, using that same microseismic information. We're going 311 feet, but in the pure south direction, it's about 165 foot of southward growth. Again, leaving about 165 feet from the toe of our fracture, again to the lease line, which is more than enough room to protect relative rights. To draw your attention back to the diagram, and again in this order, we are asking for 560 setbacks. The left-hand well there, the Castle Peak well, this is again due to the W nature of our drilling pattern. From the Uintah Butte, we're going to move this well up 300 feet now, and to the east, 330 feet to offset all the well bores. It's still 660 spacing. What you have to vision here is this wellbore on the left-hand side is up off the paper 300 feet. So these aren't drilled side by side. And as you can see, there's still 67 feet worth of room from that toe to the lease line. So we're getting close, but with the data that we have today, we believe that that wellbore could be drilled, and we'll gather information and bring that back at a later time to get those 6 wells drilled in each 1280. To wrap up finally, obviously reduction of setbacks from 660 down to 560 and 330 respectively in the east-west and north-south direction. Just gives us a greater access of greater than 40 million barrels of additional reserves on each 1280 spacing unit, which otherwise would be stranded, and again reducing waste.
The consistency between the AXIA and Newfield information regarding fracture orientation and half length, what conclusions can you draw as to the reservoir between the lands covered by cause number 139, 134, which is the central basin immediately to the south, and the lands that we're talking about today?
As far as orientation, it's very similar from an east-west direction. So directly south of us, they would be at a similar orientation.
Your opinion that the reservoir engineering and drainage analysis that you have described and the data support the requested 1,280 acre drilling and spacing units?
I do.
Your opinion that the Butcher Butte project, the subject lands, is best developed along lateral horizontal wells on the W pattern?
It is.
And is it your opinion that using that drilling pattern on these lands would, and this, in the subject formation, would maximize the recovery of oil, gas, and hydrocarbons while preventing waste?
For sure.
Your opinion that a minimum of 32 wells per drilling unit, which is supposed to be any combination of long lateral horizontal wells, short lateral horizontal wells, vertical and directionally drilled wells, are necessary to efficiently and economically drain each 1,280 acre proposed spacing unit within the project?
It is, and again, it's a minimum of 32 wells, as I said earlier, and it's AXIA's opinion that they need to be long laterals, even though we show a combination of any sorts in there. If we need to drill more wells, again, we'll come back and get more than 32 wells, and we've just discussed the 8 wells that are stranded, and so that we will need to gather more data and come back to get those wells drilled as well to help reduce waste.
Is it your opinion that the requested setbacks result in adverse drainage and will protect owners within each proposed 1,280 acre stand-up drilling unit?
Yes, as I just explained within this docket, we're still 400 feet from the east-west boundary and 165 feet from the north-south boundary, protecting relative rights of our neighbors.
That the requested setbacks will prevent waste?
It will.
Okay.
Rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Robinson.
With apologies to council, the division already sidelined the direct examination with all its questions, with the exception of just to clarify on that last point. Sounds to me like there actually will be waste with these setbacks until AXIA or some other operator comes back and
We're losing you, John, on the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Would you restate that from the start, please?
Yes. So it sounds like the testimony that I just heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was that there actually will be waste with these setbacks until AXIA gets more data and comes back and drills these W wells that have been excluded on the larger setbacks. Is that correct?
That's our opinion at this point, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, and again, apologies to council.
Mr. Lear. Okay. Mr. Borda.
David Bolda with Newfield. This is what my question previously was going to relate to. It seems to have been addressed with this revised Exhibit O. Just for clarification purposes, I wanted to confirm that you are asking for 560 feet on the east-west setbacks, and that this Castle Peak wellbore in the diagram to the right is not in fact planned at this time, but that after you obtain additional evidence, you'll be able to show that there are reserves still left there. Here's why we need to come back and drill these wells.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. If the board would indulge us, our expert from Newfield, or our witness from Newfield, would like to ask a question relating to these setbacks and the argument of waste. Would that be okay?
Your Newfield witness has been grilled thoroughly by me on setbacks, to some chagrin. Until he told me we just don't understand the field yet. And so with that, tongue in cheek, yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
This really is an interesting thing for me, because for AXIA, let me just make a comment more than a question. You're the first company that's come in and shown us the future of how you would do a lease line well, how you anticipate a fulfilled development, including those buffer zones. I know that's a big problem in North Dakota, and they thought that, for example, that there wouldn't be anything in the bottom wells, but they decided to try one and found a very large incremental reserve. So one of the things I have asked every technical witness has been, what's the proper setback so that you don't have waste, which is what John Robinson just asked. And so you're the first company that, and I congratulate you, to try to give us a view of what you're asking for today, but what the future may hold based on what you find. But at least you're thought forward enough. And counsel for these other companies, I would ask you to take a little lesson from that. But with that, Mr. Borda, to you.
Mike Jensen with Newfield Production Company. Wanted to speak to this matter on setbacks.
Thank you for letting me address the board. I just wanted to clarify a point that I kind of winced at a little bit when Mr. Robinson asked about there will be waste with these type of setbacks, and that was confirmed by AXIA's witness. Newfield's feeling is that is unknown at this time. Our Newfield's belief is that on the east-west side, and it was already testified to, that there are natural fractures that run east-west, and there could be drainage in an east-west direction past the fracture tips. That just is unknown at this time, how far past. And Newfield, in their previous testimony, in my previous testimony, and their beliefs now, has not seen anything different to get rid of this buffer zone, if you want to call it, by a 560 setback. And yes, it could be a 200 to 300 foot buffer zone past the end of the fracture tip. We just feel that is needed at this time for protection of correlative rights across the lease line. And you can, just as was said, and I agree 100%, you can come back and fill in that. I just winced a little bit that there's definite waste. We had testified, and Newfield believes that is not proven at this time, but additional data could prove that. That's about what I wanted to say.
And I'll just make one comment on that, and we'd agree there's fractures that could extend from the tip of your hydraulic fracture that could drain you past that. But keep in mind the volume of fractures is really small, 2% versus the matrix. So will you drain the whole vertical section? Probably not. Just with really the hydraulic fracture has to get you the H of drainage. So would you see some interference on that well? You might. But would you gain reserves? Probably.
But I think the point that I was trying to get at is why 330 why not 310 or 300?
This is happening everywhere.
And if it's 330, there's a chance that you got 20 feet of potential waste. I know Mr. Lear's going to educate us on this a little bit, but
and that's why it's easier to come back later because you'll be able to talk to your neighbor and say and possibly do that sharing agreement on the lease line in that case and share in whatever acceleration that might be versus new reserves. Mm-hmm. But it all comes down to the in-place recovery factor on what that spacing actually is. If it is 310, and at the end of the day, eventually a company just does it. They go from 660 down to 500 feet spacing to see what additional reserves they have, and they see additional reserves. So then they figure out, is that economic to produce? But it's always, the envelope is always being pushed on down spacing.
If I'm understanding you right, because we're trying to think ahead to future spacing, and I don't mean to beat this if other board members are tired of my going down this, but the question is what is a reasonable rule of thumb method of getting us there? You've got your induced fractures that go out so far, and then you have your natural fractures that could take you in a little further, so that to protect correlative rights between sections and possibly leases, you're creating this buffer zone. And that was just something I had personally struggled with. It might be clear to others, but at least I was struggling with it. And so I appreciate your looking at that.
Chairman, could I ask another question of Mr. Frenzel or Mr. Bolda?
I think Mr. Bolt has got for just a second, but is it okay if Mr. Lear talks for just a minute? And if you do, can you come to the microphone?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly can't enlighten you on the engineering aspects as an attorney, but I would like to ask if Mr. Bolton is willing. I would like to have his witness's testimony admitted as an expert, and for him to go through that process. I know he's not doing a case in chief right now, but I believe that testimony should be on the record as engineering testimony.
Mr. Keller? Objection to that?
I don't object to that.
Mr. Robinson?
No objection. That's,
let's do that when we get to your case in chief. Okay, just stay where you are. It won't be long.
That's fine.
Okay, so we are back to you. We're Mr. Keller. I think you finished with this witness. We were going around the attorneys. Mr. Boulder, are you through with this witness? Board members then? Anything for you?
Just a thought. Wouldn't you ideally want to leave room for one lease line well? And I guess what is that space? Because you're never going to guess how close to get to that lease line and not. So I guess my question is, I assume you've thought about that as you've requested these setbacks. Is this the optimal setback to, in the future, have one lease line well that will prevent waste? Or one lease line well, and
with a single zone, that would be true.
Zone.
When you have a complex stacking system like we have here, it's not always the same. And quite frankly, that's one of the reasons why 2560s was appealing. Is it allows a different spacing within all of that, and you're not bound to this 1280 or this 5280 spacing deal. You can vary that within there as you see you need to over time. But within the 1280, for sure, one lease line well would probably need to be done within a zone. On the W pattern, that goes away. And actually in the Permian Basin, what they decided to do instead of the lease line wells, they've gone to the 300-foot setback, so all of those are within the 1280 at this point. So, and as you saw from the diagram, they believe the same 660 spacing, so they eliminated the lease line well by moving things over 330 feet from the start.
And from a management perspective, what that does, what I'm saying is that I'm looking for, it actually increases your ROR because you've got an extra 10 or 20 feet.
Well, and if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
Adam Sayers. I would like to, say thank you for recognizing the fact that we're trying to address. We're not, one approach we could take, and a lot of companies take previous years, is coming out here, drilling along horizontal, seeing if it works. We've taken a lot of time and effort here to place this initial wellbore where it doesn't compromise the very things that you're talking about. While we do have to come back, if in fact this does play out as we expect, we would have to come back and ask for some relief on lease lines. And this Exhibit N shows that in the shaded area. It also shows that you'd have some lease line wells where you'd essentially have a sharing agreement between the 1280s. And so we do take a very forward approach to not compromise these plays, because if you do look at the Bakken, if you look at what's happened since 2009, we saw a resurgence in the Bakken. We saw the discovery of the Eagle Ford, the Utica, a doubling of reserves in the Marcellus, and then really the explosion of the Wolfcamp in the Permian Basin. What's consistent in all these plays is that well density has increased. And so when you have good wells, spacing is 1,200 feet, then it comes down to 600, then it's even less than that. And so I would tell you that's consistent for resource plays that I've seen in the last 20 years. Piceance Basin is another great example. We had wells that outperformed, and when we tested pressures in between wells, they were original pressures. So we went to go drill those wells, and they performed just as well. And so you learn. But in the Piceance example, those wells were drilled on the centers of 40s, and that was prohibitive to future development. Here, I think we have a really good handle because of where technology is on seismic. Well, you know, we came to the conclusion as a company, it's fair for us to not ask for exactly what we want today, Mr. Chairman, in terms of setbacks, but just keep a reasonable setback of that 560 for now, and let's go get some data. One of the benefits AXIA has in our acreage position is the fact that it's not fully developed. There's not a ton of vertical wells there, so we just don't have that headache of coming in and trying to respace, reorder. We have a little bit, but not a lot. It's very, very doable. So we do take a very forward approach in terms of not compromising future locations.
Thank you. We're still with your cross-examination, Mr. Bolda.
We have no further questions.
Okay. Board members, any more questions of this witness? Mr. Keller, we'll recognize you have a rebuttal opportunity. Let's admit your exhibits at this time, unless you have something else.
I just had one more question in follow-up to this exchange.
Okay, let's
with
do
Mr.
that
Frenzel.
first.
When we're talking about waste, that's a concept, at least in my mind, that has a lot of different connotations. And I think the discussion that we've just had is whether or not we can, with a particular well or pattern, get all the oil that is in the drilling unit at this time. We're not saying that we might not be able to get that oil in the future. Is that the case, Mr. Frenzel?
That is the case.
Yeah. So I think it's
good catch.
a bit of a two-edged sword. Is there waste? Can we get everything with everything, but then we have to go too close to the lines? And I just want to clear that we're not saying that oil is going to be forgotten if it's there, and we can find it. We come in and get permission to go for it. So anyway.
With what? Yeah. Okay, let's meet the exhibits. Is that anyone have objections admitting exhibits at this time?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let me go through what I have. We have Exhibit A. We have a revised Exhibit A3. We have an Exhibit B that was not admitted, but the board will take judicial notice of all the items that were in Exhibit B because they have been discussed. We have Exhibit C1, revised Exhibit C2, revised Exhibit D1, supplemental Exhibit D2, revised Exhibit E, revised Exhibit G, revised Exhit H, I, we have Exhibit J, we have revised Exhibits K, L, N, and O. Is that the same as your list?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And we'll...
had our qualifications
Did I miss that?
A1 through 4, and A3 was revised because of scheduling problems.
Okay, I didn't have that on my list, so
I meant to have Mr.
So we have,
Burdick with us.
we'll add to that exhibits A1 through A4. Is that correct?
Exhibit A1, Exhibit A2, Exhibit A4, and revised Exhibit A3.
Okay, so noted. Okay, have you got that for the record? Okay, Mr. Robinson, any objections to having those admitted?
None, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Lear? Mr. Bolda?
Done.
Board members? Those exhibits are admitted. Thank you. Okay, we're now to you, Mr. Robinson, for your case in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The division doesn't plan to present a case in chief today. As I mentioned earlier, we would like the opportunity to represent our position at the end of this hearing and offer a little summation for the board's. Hopefully it will be helpful to the board.
I'm thinking that that's time is now. This is, if that would be any objection to that, I think for efficiency, let's just do that now.
Sure, if no other council plan to present any affirmative testimony?
No, Newfield had no plans to present a case in chief, but just to share any, or address any objections or share any testimony.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if it's acceptable with the board, the division, I think, would like to split summation. I will offer a couple legal points up front and then turn the time over to John Rogers, the Associate Director of the division, to offer some of the division's positions on this matter.
Okay.
To that point, I mentioned in my opening that this plan that AXIA has presented today is very ambitious, and they're clearly a sophisticated company. The thing I'd like to point out for the board's attention is that any order that the board issues pursuant to this request doesn't just apply to AXIA. It applies to anyone that has an interest out there. And so to a certain extent, while we're very impressed with what we've seen today, this could apply to someone that hasn't put on testimony today. And so with that backdrop, I think I'll turn the rest of the summation over to Mr. Rogers.
The division has two areas they feel strongly about. The first is retaining the original vertical spacing and a short horizontal spacing, and then establishing a new long horizontal spacing. As we look at this, there's definite trends in completions and production from a vertical well versus a horizontal well. The zones of the reservoirs are completely different, and you're looking at different producing zones and areas. Mr. Chairman, you're aware of the potato chip theory you've referred to often. That would be a vertical section, and then a horizontal completion or zone would be a long lateral up to 2 miles long, continuous. And so we're feeling that if you have a vertical well up in the northwest corner of the top section and a vertical well in the bottom, and two horizontal wells have been drilled in there, long lateral, that area has now been established as a 1280, and we feel that we've heard testimony that those wells really wouldn't be sharing a common source of supply and be communicating in a spacing unit should be established where one well would drain it. So we think that those, to be fair to those individuals that may or may not have a vertical well, we should keep that established. The second is establishing 8 wells per the horizon. It was brought out earlier that it might be hard on the division to keep track of that. We're not really concerned if a well gets out of its targeted zone by 10, 20 feet. It's to the operator's advantage to keep that well bore where they want it to be, and we feel they have the ability to do that. But if we could establish that we have landing spots or somewhere that we would say within plus or minus 100 feet, 150 feet, whatever, that would be, we'd allow 8 wells in that landing spot in that zone. Our concern is if this area moves on to another operator, they said they may not drill vertical wells, but another one may, or there may be issues as this move on, and we think it should be established in order of limiting 8 wells per horizon, and so that would be something we'd be concerned with. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lear, any questions of the division? Mr. Bold, any questions of the division?
No questions.
Mr. Keller, any questions of the division?
I would have a question of
I mean, you speak a little closer to the mic, please.
question and observation as to the Newfield lands to the south are spaced on the 1280s based on the drilling of a long lateral through the north-south in the 1280, and then any subsequent wells are authorized to share on that 1280. We are immediately adjoining on the north with the existing 640, and now going to a spacing or requesting the board to authorize us to space essentially similar to the manner in which Newfield is spaced. And so could you speak to the division's position on having a different system on the adjoining lands to the south and what we're proposing just on the north, and particularly how mineral owners, which we perceive as not being disaffected by sharing on a 1280 if they're already brought in with a long horizontal, feeling that they're not getting the deal that they're getting down in the Newfield area.
Are verticals authorized in the
I
Newfield
believe
area?
in the 139-134 that if they have a long, producing long lateral in the stand-up 1280, that then they can drill the other wells within that 1280 and they share on that basis. Or that defines the drilling unit for those wells.
Can Newfield confirm that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Division, do you understand the question?
We're referring to, this is 139-134.
Yes.
Says up to 17 long laterals, SXLs, well may be drilled and produced on each such drilling unit so established with no more than 8 short XLs. It doesn't mention anything about vertical wells.
But on the short horizontals, are they still 1280 though?
Yes, that's how we understand that.
Again, I would ask Newfield if there are any vertical wells in that southern area.
The Newfield area?
In the Newfield area. And are those vertical wells part of 1280 spacing units?
There are existing vertical wells.
Mike, will you just identify yourself for the record?
Mike Jensen, representing Newfield.
So there are vertical wells south of this area that we're considering, and they are spaced on 1280s once they have, the 1280s have been established with a horizontal well. Is that true?
That is true.
Thank you.
Keller, it appears that maybe that was only partially responsive to your question. Is that correct? Would you like to?
No, that was the point I was making of the question. How the existing vertical wells will stay on 640, and I think that is the situation that's certainly what we're proposing for our lands, and that is the case in the Newfield area. But you know, what I was wondering is why this should be different here than it is immediately to the south. We've presented evidence that the geology is fairly uniform, and in fact, some of the zones open up into our lands, which provides some additional interest, but doesn't, in our view, change 1280. And I just wondered whether the division had a particular reason why they would seek something different on the AXIA lands adjoining the Newfield Central Basin lands.
So I think part of the answer to that question is that in the lands to the south of here, it's the 13990 stayed intact, and so the evidence put on, which I don't have in front of me, was probably different. I believe the division, the legal portion of the division's position is based on the fact that there hasn't been any evidence put on today about short laterals at all. And so it's interesting to set a spacing over a large area when there's been no evidence. And the evidence that we do have as that goes to verticals is that they are uneconomic, won't be drilled. But again, this goes into the other point about how some other operator that's not AXIA may have a different opinion, and we're setting up the legal framework for anyone to operate in this area until such time as there's some other agreement in place that would preclude someone else from taking action out there. And that's the basis of the division's position. It's evidence-based, not that that there's some sort of drastic difference between this land and the land directly to the south, but we haven't heard the evidence today.
Because further to the south, Crescent Point had a request for 2-mile horizontals, and where we came down on that one, the fairest way, was because they also, based on topography, everything, verticals were still going to be in the mix, and short horizontals possibly. And so, you know, we did end up going with, if it's drilled, if it's a short horizontal, it's 640. If it's a long horizontal, it's 1280. If it's a vertical, actually in that case, it was, the default was still the default 40 acres. So if it was a vertical, it was going to stay on 40s. Because that was in their plan to do the variety. And so in this case, it doesn't sound like you're planning on verticals, but there's a possibility in the future that there could be some. And that's where, to protect correlative rights, there's some credibility to staying with the spacing that matches the pool. So
this is Rick Gallegos. I just do want to point out on the Crescent Point hearing that they were already, the spacing was 40 acres.
Yeah.
Here, we're already on 640 acre
Right.
spacing. So there was quite a difference. This is consistent with Newfield, who was on 640 acres as well.
right.
Yeah, this is Adam Sayers. You know, we view it as, I fail to see the downside to it. And in fact, if in fact it does revert, or, you know, you go with the 640, there's no question it will impact our development if verticals are something that we want to do. Again, the predominant amount of evidence, we decide to focus on the 1280s because that's what we want to do. But as I explained earlier, this is a very dynamic industry. We saw 4 massive resource plays get developed in the last 5, discovered and developed in the last 4 years. We want to maintain flexibility. If some new technology comes back and we're able to drill vertical wells for $4 million and make 800,000 barrel wells, we'll do that. We want that flexibility. The fact that you take a 640 and blend 2 640s, we see that as honestly as beneficial to the royalty owners. But a couple things I would like to point out is we're talking, I think the existing spacing of 640 is important. I don't believe the division would testify today that one vertical well, which would hold a 640, drains a 640. We already know that it's improved for increased density up to 4 wells. And so it's not a stretch to make it 1280s. But keep in mind, we're not drilling a vertical to establish a 1280. The 1280's been established with the long lateral that had been drilled. Secondly, we've got hundreds of owners in these 4 1280s, hundreds. And other than the letter that the Royalty Owners Association sent in regards to a 2560, we've, to my knowledge, not have had any protest. And so part of that story is going to the royalty owners and the working interest owners and telling them what our plans are. But again, if we're forced to create 640s, it's going to put us in a tremendous disadvantage from the surface standpoint. Can't share facilities, can't share tanks, can't share metering, pipeline. All those things become a major issue. And when you talk about the economics, we're coming out here, you know, I think there's 2 people on the agenda today, and that's obviously relative to the fact that we're seeing oil at $45. In 2013, we're 100. We're not making tremendous returns out here, and we're taking a tremendous amount of risk. And so if, in fact, you guys decide to go to 640s, that will have a material impact on us. $200,000 on a well is material. And so you'd have less development, and so we just not promoting the development. The 8 wells, again, we've shown a lot of evidence today on what we believe to be the spacing. I think the division's underestimating the complications that would create, and I fail to see the benefit of it. Thirdly, I would ask, you know, having been pushed or extended this hearing from May until June. I did describe the importance of us getting out there and getting stuff done while weather is, well, maybe not 100 degrees, but we don't want to do this at 0. And so I would ask, my understanding is the board has the ability to make a decision quickly, and I would ask that you would do that for our behalf so we can get out there and get some operations rolling while we still have good weather.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, a couple points, maybe almost in reverse order. On the timeliness issue, the division certainly doesn't want to throw any wrench in the gears, and that feeds into my second point, which is that the division is completely on board with the 1280s for the long laterals. It's, and maybe that wasn't stated clearly enough. So we have absolutely no position or objection to 1280s being spaced, being proper for long laterals. Mr. Sayer's points are well taken, but he mentioned some issues, for instance, sharing tanks on the same well pad that go to different spacings. Certainly those could be an issue, but the testimony we've heard today is that it won't be an issue because short laterals are less economic and verticals are uneconomic. So it's unclear how a hypothetical problem that won't ever exist based on the testimony we've heard today should push a spacing order into a 640 into a 1280 stand-up. And along with that, the way the request is worded is 32 wells per stand-up 1280. There's no constraint, and certainly AXIA wouldn't do this, but there's no constraint on someone drilling 32 vertical wells. The request as worded doesn't make any distinction between shorts, longs, and verticals. And so that's part of the contention here is that maybe the constraints could take care of these issues.
Okay, I'm going to take control back out here for just a minute. We had a free for all right there for a minute, but the question is, Mr. Keller of the division's case in chief. So if you have questions of them, and you can come back to rebuttal later.
Yeah, that was my intent to have rebuttal later, although we've been rebutting here. But I asked the question about why it should be different in these lands than it should be adjacent in Newfield, and the division has responded.
Okay. Are you through with your questioning? Okay. We're then, I think, procedurally to the board. I have a question if no one else does. The question of the division is what you proposed, so that the board is absolutely clear. What is it you proposed or said that you were more comfortable with, and how does that? So let's make sure we're clear on what it is that differs from what AXIA asked for in its request for agency action, and what you're proposing.
We are fine with the 1280 spacing on long laterals. As far as vertical wells, we would see that as remaining as is, 4 wells per 640, and then defining how many wells, 8 wells per horizon, and defining that in some manner rather than, like Mr. Robinson said, having 32 wells in total. That seems kind of a shotgun approach and not spelled out in clarity. We'd prefer that to be more clear exactly what that means, 32 wells.
Mr. Chairman, we had an.
I don't even know who's.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Keller, we had a demonstrative exhibit about what we were asking for. I'd be happy to put that up, and then it may be easier to see what we think we're asking, and then what the division.
So if we gave the division,
I realize it's not an exhibit that was.
Yeah, but it might be helpful to put it up. But the question I have is, what if we were to say, this is what we actually asked for? If we granted what you asked for, what would we change on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the easiest, most succinct way to say it is that the 139-90 order would stay in place with regard to verticals and short laterals, and that there would be spacing established on stand-up 1280s for long laterals.
And that would mean that that prior order, say the number again?
It's the cause number 13990.
And 13990 is a 640 spacing with infill drilling of
up to
four wells per section.
Either vertical or lateral.
Short lateral.
Yeah.
Board members, are you all clear on that? So, okay, okay, try it again, Lynn.
Okay. What I keep hearing from Newfield is that when they drill a horizontal well, they establish a 1280, but then they are allowed to drill 40s that does not change that 1280 spacing, and they're allowed to drill short laterals that doesn't change that spacing. Isn't that what you said, Mr. Jensen?
Well, but the difference is to be careful here. When you answer that,
I'm trying to understand
theirs
this.
is on they have 40 acre spacing.
That's
per well. They have 640 with infill. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so. That's what I want to clarify with Mr. Jensen.
Exhibit that shows the. Can we get the exhibit that shows the new field adjacent to D2? There. Okay, that.
And let the record show we're looking at D2.
A supplemental exhibit D2, which shows
supplemental exhibit
yeah,
D2.
Exhibit shows the AXIA lands highlighted in yellow, and immediately to south, the Newfield Central Basin under cause 139, 134.
Mike Jensen with Newfield, to answer your question, Ms. Davis, is in 139, 134, it's consistent with what AXIA is asking for, that upon the drilling of the first long lateral well, spacing changes on all of the existing wells to 1280s, vertical, short lateral, and of course the long lateral wells, all are spaced 1280. And in addition, any subsequent short laterals or vertical wells after the first long lateral well is drilled, that's all on 1280. So it's consistent 1280 from soup to nuts.
Thank you.
Mr. Keller, any more questions, or board members, pardon me, any more questions of
I have one more
the
question.
division?
Mr. Rogers or Mr. Robinson, whoever wants to answer it. It is my understanding that what AXIA is asking for is the same as what we have already granted for Newfield. But you are objecting on the AXIA matter. You're asking for something different on AXIA than we have already granted on Newfield. I want to make sure that's correct.
Ms. Davis, the division doesn't believe that the request as stated is the same that's already been granted in the Newfield matter.
How is it different?
The primary difference is, again, goes back to this 13990 order. The 13990 order, and this is docket 2012-013, allowed is 640s with infill. That's what we just clarified with Chairman Gill. I believe, to the extent that there might be a little disconnect in this conversation, my understanding, without reviewing the 139, 134 order, which is the Newfield area to the south of this, is that they left the 13990 in place, but are in fact sharing those 4 allowed wells per 640 over the whole stand-up 1280. So there's a minor distinction there, but the thrust of your question goes to the difference between this request as presented to the board and the order in cause 139, 134, and the division does not see them as being identical.
Well, and since the Newfield order, we've had more cases where we've addressed this issue, and new ideas and thoughts have come up, and so, you know, if there's a time to change something and fix it, you try to evolve and do better, but that's...
Then we are at Mr. Lear. If you have, you've said that you, just for clarification, you said you do not have a case in chief. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bolda. If you would put on the record and qualify your witness.
Yeah.
And as suggested.
Okay. Please state your name.
My name is Mike Jensen, address 2001 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado. My education.
Yeah, please explain your education background.
I graduated from Montana School of Mineral Science and Technology in 1981 with a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering. I've been a practicing petroleum engineer for the last 35 years and worked for Newfield approximately 12 years in the Uintah Basin. Testified numerous times in both 13990, 139, 134, and several other horizontal cases before the board. I am currently, as of the first of the year, a consultant to Newfield, petroleum engineering consultant to Newfield, so not a direct employee of Newfield, but representing Newfield.
Have you previously been recognized as an expert before this board, particularly in matters 139-90 and 139-134?
Yes, I have.
I'd ask the board to recognize Mr. Jensen as an expert for purposes of this cause. If the division has any questions.
Mr. Keller?
Objection.
Mr. Robinson?
The division happily supports this witness as an expert.
Mr. Lear?
We would ask that the prior testimony from Mr. Jensen be adopted as expert testimony, as is on the record.
I'm going to assume, unless someone raised their hand to object, that is accepted by all counsel, and it is so noted.
Okay, thank you. As previously stated, we don't have a presentation in chief. I think we've addressed the issues that we wanted to address, and we will. We don't have anything further unless the board or any of the other council has questions for me or Mr. Jensen.
We'll start with Mr. Keller. Any questions for Mr. Jensen? None. Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Chairman, no questions from the division. The division appreciates the testimony on the issue of waste.
Okay. And Mr. Lear? Board members, any follow-up questions? Please.
I think Newfield mentioned at the beginning that they'd like to hear the testimony from AXIA. Now that you've heard it, do you support their petition?
Yes, we support the petition as it was revised. I only wanted to speak up just about the clarification of that one issue of the 560 setbacks, but agree with the 560-foot setbacks that has asked for. I appreciate you listening to me just for a little clarification on that waste issue, on that setback.
We also support that the spacing be 1280 going forward as they've requested, so that it conforms to Newfield spacing just to the south. We believe that these are similar enough that should be the case, and we support their request in that sense.
Mr. Lear, do you have a position you'd like the board to know? And if so, would you, you may or may not, you're not required to have one, but if you do, will you say it in on the microphone, please?
Philip Lear for EP. EP supports the 1280 concept. coherent with the Newfield order.
Thank
So
you,
no,
Mayor.
no distinction between 640 for verticals and 1280s.
Thank you. Okay, then.
Mr. Chairman, down here.
Yes.
Just before we leave Newfield, I did have one question about the consistency between the 134 order and the request today. Maybe I missed something, but when Newfield summarized it a moment ago, and I guess I'm asking them to clarify whether this is the case, did you say that, and I can review the 130, I don't have that one in front of me, so I can always obviously review the actual order, but did you say that under the 134 order, that the sharing of production going forward, even on existing vertical wells, went up to 1280? Or did the sharing remain on a smaller basis upon entry of the order for existing vertical wells?
It's a pretty long order that we have in front of us. I'm going to qualify, Mike Jensen with Newfield, qualify it a little bit. It's definitely my opinion and my understanding, and what little rereading that I've done here, that is the case. Going forward, upon drilling of the first long lateral well, the existing vertical and short lateral wells change from 640 spacing to 1280. That was.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I can obviously read the order to confirm that. I just wanted to explore that because that may be one difference between the request before you today, which would preserve the 640, if I understand it correctly, which preserve the 640 acre basis of sharing for the 3 existing vertical wells.
That's correct.
That's all I had.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, this goes both to Mr. Johnson and Ms. Davis's question. Our understanding, and again, this is a long order that we're talking about in the Newfield matter, the 134, but that order authorizes 17 long lateral wells per 1280, and it also authorizes 8 short lateral or verticals per 1280, which is consistent, although it shares differently, it is consistent with that earlier 90 order, the one that's in place on these subject lands. And so hopefully that helps Ms. Davis understand the differences that the division sees between this request and the order approved in the 134 order.
Okay.
This, as we understand it, allows 32 long, short, or vertical wells per 1280.
And vertical and short horizontal are shared on a 1280. You concur with that?
That's right.
Okay.
Going forward, not the 3 existing wells that are already there.
Seems like there was a matter Newfield had a couple months ago where we did change on certain areas existing wells on a 1280 going forward. But it was just a specific 4 or 5, it doesn't ring a bell, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but don't recall at this time,
Okay.
not sure, yeah.
All right, just a commentary, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Keller, for summation. The commentary is we're struggling with quality rights. It's obvious that there hasn't been a common proposal that we can just adopt. They're going to be case by case, and this is a case by case where you have to weigh 2 different proposals, and we're struggling with that. We struggled with it before this hearing. We struggled with it during this hearing. We might struggle with it in the future, but thank you for bearing with us. With that, Mr. Keller, if you want to address what I just said in your summation, it might be appreciated.
And I was wondering if I could have a witness provide a little bit of additional rebuttal on this issue of whether regarding our request to allow future short horizontal and verticals, if any, to be on the 1280 if there's a long horizontal drilled in that unit.
Yeah, I think for the purposes of this, board members, that would normally be out of procedure, but I think it's appropriate. Anyone have an objection to that? Let's do that.
Yeah, I'd first like to ask Mr. Gallegos from a land standpoint, dealing with the landowners, to give his views on that question that has come up here.
Yeah, I'd say from an administrative standpoint and from a land standpoint, We've got, as Mr. Sayers had mentioned earlier, we'll have hundreds of mineral owners out in this area within a 1,280 acre spacing unit. So it gets very complex from a title perspective, but from an administrative standpoint, it's a lot better to administer this if it's all the same on a 1280. And that's from a pure administrative standpoint. The royalty owners and a lot of these mineral owners, they literally have half an acre, quarter of an acre, eighth of an acre. So it's when you change their interest on them, it gets very confusing to them. I'm not saying that's a reason for changing it, but from an administrative standpoint, it would be much smoother if it was all on a 1280 basis. And then in regards to the comment that we could go out there and drill 32 verticals, and that would not be correct, because we must establish production of on a long horizontal well before we even get the 1280s. So the vertical program in and of itself will not establish verticals on a 1280 basis. That would remain on a 640 acre basis.
And we're not proposing to convert any existing wells, the three existing.
That's
There's
correct.
only
The
three.
The three existing would remain on the 640 acre basis.
I'd like to have Mr. respond to the plan that AXIA has and why we feel it appropriate for the, once their long lateral is put into a 1280, to then pull any future wells, whether vertical or short, into that same 1280.
Yeah, and again, you guys have heard me most of the day kind of say the same things 2 or 3 times. I apologize, but again, you know, once that 1280 is established, to me, it just makes sense. You're gonna have consistent ownership. You can have more flexibility. Again, we've not focused our technical piece on the verticals or the short horizontals, because we've provided testimony that we believe it's long horizontals, and so we spent an inordinate amount of time on it. But in the same sense, we feel strong enough that there's no question it would create a burden on us to no benefit of the royalty owners or the working interest owners. I just don't see it. We talk to many owners, and I would tell you we would have had a lot of dissension if that was a big issue. Going from 640s to 1280s is not a tall order, and the fact is it's already established.
You know when you're done.
Right, and I think then, in summary, we don't have any further testimony. I don't know whether anyone has any questions of Rick or Adam.
Nothing from the division, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Are you done then?
Yeah, I'd like to just sum up then, if I may.
If you please.
Yeah. Specifically, I put up an exhibit which was not a formally submitted exhibit, just for demonstrative purposes, summarizing again what we're asking. And again, we're talking about the formations from the top of the Lower Green River Mahogany to the base of the Green River-Wasatch, top of the North Horn. And the lands involved are sections 27 through 34 in Township 2 South, 1 West. And we're seeking 4 1,280 acre or substantial equivalent stand-up drilling and spacing units. Those will be organized 27 on top of 34, 28 on 33, 29 on 32, and 30 on 31. And then we are seeking to allow us to drill up to 32 wells of any type. And I realize that our plan is primarily focused on long lateral horizontals, and that's the first 2 wells that we plan to drill. And what the AXIA is seeking is flexibility out here, that once it has established a producing 2-mile long lateral horizontal well in the 1280, that should conditions indicate that a vertical or short horizontal would be appropriate, they want the authority to put that, in that 1280, and not be locked into 640s and then additional setbacks in those. We believe in the Newfield order to the south that is allowed, There are some differences with Newfield. Their number of wells is 25, and they've laid that out as 17 longs and 8 short or horizontal or vertical. We are not seeking to convert the existing wells. We're just leaving those on, and we just didn't, because there's only 3, we don't feel that's critical for us at this time, and it avoids that question. We'd like the order to be effective immediately, establishing the 1280 stand-up drilling and spacing units for the long lateral horizontal wells, and then that spacing wouldn't apply to any subsequent vertical or short horizontal unless a long horizontal had been drilled and is producing in that 1280. So the 1280 applies for long horizontal, and then once we have a producing long horizontal in one of these 1280s, then they may seek an APD to drill a short or a long or vertical. Although, frankly, the likelihood here is that we're primarily going to be drilling long laterals. The setbacks that are requested are 330 north and south, 560 east and west, and then subject to utilization of the exception location regulation as needed. The inner well setback in the same formation would be 330 feet, and the minimum vertical stack would be 100 feet. Surface locations could be anywhere on the drilling and spacing unit. Purposes of any future short horizontal well or vertical or directional well, then it could be anywhere on the 1280. So that's basically what we're seeking here, and I think flexibility is important. We realize that the plan doesn't directly contemplate verticals and horizontal, but it may be necessary, and frankly, we think that it makes sense to keep those on 1280 if the owners are now sharing on a long horizontal in that 1280. We think that makes sense. We think that's frankly good for mineral owners, minimizes impact to surface, allows flexibility, and that is what we're seeking. And we really don't see a problem with that. In other words, we don't see that someone would be disadvantaged. Now, I realize in Crescent Point, which is fresher in everyone's minds, there was a concern about that. I think there was some unique aspects to that. Number one, it was on 40 acres, not 640s for the verticals. And then also there were a lot of surface considerations about getting approvals for wells on the tribal lands that are a little different than we have here. We think that the resource is coextensive coming out of the Newfield area and more advantageous with additional 2 targets, and that's why we're seeking the 32 wells of any type in each 1,280 acre drilling and spacing unit. So we appreciate all the time and attention the board is giving us and listening to us, and we're hopeful it'll give strong consideration to our request, and we're eager to get out there and produce some oil.
Thank you very much, all of you, council, for the various companies. We appreciate the work that was done during the last month to now to get to this point where we have a presentation that's supported. So with that then,
Mr. Chairman, may I make one small last comment?
only if other council approve.
Fine with the division.
I don't object.
Board members?
Thank you. Of the 4 1280s that we're asking for today, between us, EP, who's been represented here today, and Newfield, that's been represented here today, I know in our first 2 units that we're drilling, between the 3 of us, we own 98% of the first 1280, and we own over 90% of the second 1280. I think in total of the 4, it's well over 90%. So I thought you'd like to know that.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a break for lunch, and unless there is a strong need from the division or others, we're going to use this as a working lunch to discuss this case with the idea that we'll try and come back after lunch with a decision. If it's okay, we will go till 2 o'clock so that you'll have some predictable time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all. Okay, we're in recess for an hour.
Time to be there either.
One. Let's keep
I mean, now.
Okay, we're back on the record. All right, in the matter of AXIA Energy, after lengthy discussion and sensitivity to so many different areas of correlative rights, and the comments of the division and the other interested parties, the board has voted unanimously to approve the request for agency action as written. Mr. Keller, will you prepare the order? And we appreciate all the input, and particularly the compromises that were made that got us to where we are today. And we wish you the very best in your active drilling program. Thank you for coming. We are going to go to agenda item number 2, and I have a question whether there's any setup required. It doesn't look like it, so I'll read it in. It's agenda item number 2 is docket number 2016-12. Cause number 131-145 in the matter of Crescent Point Energy. And this matter has been continued from the May hearing, and our understanding, Mr. Borda, is that you're going to give us a brief summary.
That's correct.
Take appearances of counsel at this time.
David Bolda with Beatty and Wozniak on behalf of Crescent Point Energy.
John Robinson, Utah Attorney General's Office, on behalf of the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolda.
Okay, well, you touched on it. We initially filed this request for agency action to allow flaring back in April to be on the May 25th board docket. After the time that we filed the request, due to the high amount of gas being produced and flared, Crescent Point began looking for alternatives to flaring, and they worked diligently to the point where just prior to the May 25th hearing, it looked like there was a strong possibility we would be able to get a temporary pipeline in place to eliminate flaring, and that hopefully, if everything went well, we'd be able to have that done and in place and flaring eliminated by today's hearing on June 22nd. So with that in mind, we filed a request for a temporary order to allow flaring and to continue the hearing until this date today. I've been updating the division, Mr. Alder and Mike Johnson, with the status of the temporary line. It took a while to get all the agreements in place. There were a number of surface owners involved, and that took a while to accomplish. They were finally able to do so. I got updates from them from Crescent Point personnel yesterday. We were waiting on a permit to cross a county road. They had to cut a portion of the county road to lay this pipe across, and so they were waiting on that. They finally got the permit signed from the county yesterday late afternoon, and they were making the cut across the county road today. I asked them if they had an estimated date when this would be tied in and when they'd be able to cease flaring, and I was told that it will be by the end of the day Friday. That's the latest information I have. I just want to point out again that this wasn't an inexpensive endeavor for Crescent Point. This was a pretty expensive proposition considering the benefit that they'll get from it. I mean, there are obviously other benefits, and that's why they wanted to do it. There's a lot of gas being produced, and so that, like I said, they did work hard to get this done, and it will be done Friday, is what I am told. With that in mind, the temporary order went to today's date. I wonder if I should seek approval from the board to approve flaring until the end of the month, or until these wells are tied in with this temporary pipeline, whichever occurs first, and we can notify you in writing so that order can then be eliminated and this matter taken off the board's docket.
Mr. Robinson.
The division, I think, would support that proposal. Particularly, the only issue would be whether or not the end of the month is enough time to build in any sort of might need for an unforeseen circumstance. But if you feel comfortable with that, I think the division does too.
I think we're happy with if we can get it to the end of the month. Again, I've been told that it'll be done by Friday, the end of the day, but if we could have it to the end of the month for any unforeseen circumstances, I think that would be great.
Board members, any questions? Then we're going to take that as a motion to amend our previous order in this matter to extend the date in docket number 2016-012, cause number 131-145. The date that when flaring would cease by the order would be at the end of the month, or when the wells are tied in, whichever is earlier.
Perfect.
And is there a second to that motion? Okay, any discussion? I think you've heard the motion. I don't think I need to restate it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that that was unanimous. Mr. Borda, will you prepare the order?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your credibility, or your company's credibility, has gone way up. Thank you.
Excellent.
Agenda item number 3, docket number 2016-014, cause number 131-146, in the matter of Crescent Point Energy, dealing with a water flood, enhanced and secondary recovery. How much time will you need to get set up?
3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll be on a short. We'll just wait for you. That's okay, board members? Yeah. Double check.
Going without gray hair, trying to plug stuff in, I think.
Found my second calling. Maybe not.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we'll take appearances of counsel.
Tom Clausen on behalf of Crescent Point Energy.
John Robinson, Utah Attorney General's Office for the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
And how many witnesses will you have today, Mr. Clausen?
I have 3 witnesses with me today.
And will you tell us their names so that when they're sworn, the record will show it?
Yes, on my right is Jordan Wells. He's Crescent Point's landman for the area. On my left is Katie Matthews. She is Crescent Point's development engineer, but she'll be testifying as a reservoir engineer for Crescent Point today. And sitting on my far right is Kelly Boucher, who is Crescent Point's geologist for the area.
All right. And we'll expect you, Kelly, to spell your last name for us at the right time. Okay, if you'll be sworn, have your witnesses sworn.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Right. If you'd like to make an opening statement, you can do that, or you can call your first witness.
Well, I'll make a brief opening statement. Today, Crescent Point is asking the board to approve an order authorizing the Wild Horse Enhanced Recovery Project. In that regard, the board wears a couple of hats. It wears its oil and gas conservation hat, and it also wears a hat regarding the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act and the underground injection program. So there's a number of items to tick off, a number of things for the board to approve. And today we're asking the board approve enhanced and secondary recovery operations in the Green River and Wasatch formations within the proposed unit area. We're asking for approval of a plan of cooperative development and enhanced recovery and secondary recovery operations based on injection operations that will be presented today. We're asking the board to approve a form of unit agreement and unit operating agreement, which together with the testimony and the exhibits that will be presented today will form the basis of the proposed plan of cooperative development. We're asking for the authorization of underground injection of water into the reservoir sands of the Green River and Wasatch formations and approving an injection pattern in the proposed unit area. We're asking for certification of the proposed unit as an enhanced recovery project for the purposes of a severance tax rate reduction provided by Section 59-5-102 sub 7 of the Utah Code. As you'll hear in the testimony today, Crescent Point doesn't intend to drill, at the current time, doesn't intend to drill any more wells within the proposed unit area. All of the wells that will be drilled have been drilled, and accordingly, we can drop some of our requested our requests for relief from our request for agency action, and we can modify the request in that regard. Specifically, we're not asking the board to suspend its well location rule. We're not asking for the board to authorize the division to approve well locations on an increased density basis, and we're not asking the board to vacate the order in Cause 142-113. Those were items that were listed in our request, but as it turns out, if we're not going to drill any more wells, we don't need to worry about further well locations, and the proposed operations are consistent with the board's well location rules and the order in 142-13.
So it's not necessary to visit those points. And then finally, I just note that yesterday in the late afternoon, the Ute Tribe Business Committee filed a letter with the board ostensibly commenting about today's hearing, although they declined to offer a comment or an opinion. And the letter was directed more at the second phase of what we have in mind for the Wild Horse Recovery, Enhanced Recovery Project. Other than that, we have not received any other objections, comment letters, or input officially with the board. So with that, I'd like to come my first witness. His name is Jordan Wells. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Jordan Wells, Crescent Point Energy, 555 17th Street, Suite 1800, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
And what's your position with Crescent Point?
Staff landman.
What are your principal responsibilities in that position?
Responsible for oil and gas leasing activities, title review, board work, and acquisitions and divestitures.
And how long have you worked as a professional landman?
6 years.
How long in the Uintah Basin?
3 years.
And have you testified before the board before?
Yes.
Is Crescent Point a Delaware corporation?
Yes, it is.
Is it in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Where is its principal place of business for its Rocky Mountain operations?
Denver, Colorado.
And is it qualified to conduct business in Utah?
Yes, it is.
And is it fully and appropriately bonded as required by all federal, tribal, and state agencies?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the lands that are subject to Crescent Point's request for agency action?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the ownership of the title to the lands and minerals that is a subject matter of Crescent Point's request?
Yes.
Now I'd refer you to Exhibit A. Please tell us what this exhibit is and what it shows us.
So this is an outline of the Wild Horse Enhanced Recovery Unit Phase 1.
You're not being picked up on the mic, so could you just be a little closer?
How's that? Better?
Perfect,
Okay.
yes.
As I said, this is an outline of the Wild Horse Enhanced Recovery Unit Phase 1. This is just a regional locator map showing our project here. As you can see, it's east of Duchesne County line, south of Randalet, and kind of southeast of the town of Ballard.
Is the proposed unit near any other waterflood projects?
Yep. Greater Monument Butte unit is to the south, and then Ultra Petroleum has a waterflood project to the east.
And have the existing nearby waterfloods been successful?
Yes.
Now I refer you to Exhibit B. Could you please tell us what this exhibit is and what it shows?
Yes, so this is the close-up map of the proposed waterflood unit outlined in the blue there, as well as all the wells contained in that unit, and then the half-mile notice buffer is the hashed blue line there, and the wells contained within a half mile of our proposed area there. So this is the north half of 16, Township 4 South 2 East, the northwest quarter of 15, and the south half of 15.
Are these the same lands that are described in the request for agency action?
Yes, they are.
How many total acres are there in the unit area?
800 acres.
And you've already alluded to this, but there's a dashed blue outline around the proposed unit. What's the relevance of that outline?
So everyone with interests in that outline has been sent notice of this project.
And what else is depicted on this map?
Like I said, producing wells. The ones that have the little dash trail up there, those are horizontal wells.
And it shows the wells within the unit area and within the 1/2 mile of the unit area?
Yes.
Now I'd refer you to Exhibit C. What is this exhibit and what does it show?
This is just a list of all the producing wells on the previous map within the unit, as well as a half-mile radius around the unit.
Are they the same wells that are listed in the request for agency action?
Yes, they are. And should note we're currently drilling the 15-9 4-2E horizontal well that we got approved as a result of the spacing hearing we went to in April. So we are moving ahead on that project too, and this is in that area. somewhat.
Why did Crescent Point pick these lands for the proposed water flood unit?
Technical analysis of the water flooding pattern has basically, wait, sorry, I'm lost here. Oh, you skipped ahead of me. Okay, sorry. Because this is an area of significant development, we're seeing these wells, oil and gas, or gas to oil ratio increase. If we don't water flood here, the reservoir pressure will continue to deplete because the wells have surpassed bubble point. That'll be explained by Katie later on. At the point of bubble point, the gas will be preferentially produced from the wells and oil will be left behind. So therefore, we think this is an ideal place for water flooding, and that's why we've started here.
Just briefly, what's the purpose of forming the Wild Horse Enhanced Recovery Unit?
Yeah, so the significance of the phase one is basically we're going to do this in a two-phased approach. We're starting out today with phase one due to the nature of the mineral ownership in this area. So we would ultimately like to have a larger unit, phase two, if you will, that would include 5 sections, so sections 3, 9, 10, 15, and 16. The Ute tribe owns significant minerals in those 5 sections, which will require us to form a federal secondary recovery unit. We anticipate this to take some time to form with the BIA. However, these wells have surpassed bubble point, and therefore we must act as soon as we can to maintain the reservoir pressure. So we're starting with phase one, which is made up entirely of fee owners who are supportive of this approach, with the idea that we'll expand to the phase two unit in the future at such time as we can get the BIA administered secondary recovery unit agreement negotiated with the BIA. So we anticipate this phase two taking approximately 18 months to form, just given our past experiences with the federal government and the tribe in matters such as this.
And just for clarification's sake, I'd point out that we will also come back to the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining to have that project and those agreements approved. So we would come back for phase two.
Absolutely.
Referring to Exhibit D, can you please tell us what this exhibit is?
Yes, so these are the tracts of the unit. So these tracts represent common mineral ownership. So each tract is an undivided interest. So all the leasehold in Tract 1 fall under the same legal descriptions. All the leasehold in Tract 2, same legal descriptions. All the leasehold in Tract 3, same legal descriptions.
So the mineral ownership within each tract is an undivided ownership?
That's correct.
Does Crescent Point have surface access agreements with the surface owners within the proposed unit area?
Yes, we do. And as a note, all those agreements specifically allow us to conduct water flooding operations.
Are all the minerals within the proposed unit area leased?
Yes, they are.
Who owns the working interests?
Argo Energy Partners, Broughton Petroleum, Dusty Sanderson, Finley Resources, and Crescent Point Energy.
And who owns the royalty interests?
There's 70 total royalty interest owners described on Exhibit C of the unit agreement.
So you won't run through each one of those?
Not unless you ask me to.
Are there any overriding royalties or other burdens?
Yes, there are.
Have all of the owners within the unit area been invited to participate in the unit?
Yes, they have.
Now, I would refer you to Exhibit E. Please tell us what this exhibit is and why is it important?
This exhibit depicts the proposed injector wells as well as the type of mineral ownership for offsetting acreage. Offsetting producing wells aren't depicted. Katie will be addressing the protection of the correlative rights and prevention of waste in the technical portion of this hearing. But as a point to note, the minerals owned in Section 9 in the south half and the northeast, that sort of Tetris-shaped block, those folks are 81% of the same mineral owners in the north half of 16 there. So that land hook in red there shows that with the call-out box.
Have any of the owners, either cost-bearing or non-cost-bearing, objected to the proposed operations?
No.
Do the leases covering the minerals within the proposed unit area contain unitization clauses that allow the lessees to commit the leases to a unit agreement and plan of operations?
Yes, all the leases in this area provide for that.
Now I'd refer you to Exhibits F and Exhibit Z, which was filed with the board on Monday and is at the bottom part of our PowerPoint presentation if you want to look at specific provisions in it, but I'll just leave the PowerPoint on Exhibit F for right now. Please tell us what these exhibits are.
Yes, so this is the unit agreement and the unit operating agreement. These agreements govern the operations and ownership of this Phase 1 water flood area.
Would you please describe the basic provisions in the agreement as they relate to the proposed plan of development?
Yeah, so the agreements cover all the subject lands in the unit area. The agreements described unitized formation and unitized substances. Unitized substances include all oil, gas, associated hydrocarbons. They also designate Crescent Point as the unit operator.
Does the unit agreement provide for an allocation of the unitized substances?
Yes, they do. Unit agreement paragraph 6.2 and Exhibit C to the unit agreement.
And do the agreements provide for an allocation of the costs and expenses of the proposed project to the committed working interests?
Yes, they do. Paragraph 11.1 and Exhibit D to the unit operating agreement.
When are the agreements effective?
So these agreements will be effective once Crescent Point records an affidavit in the county records stating that the units are effective.
And they become effective after the board approves, the board's order approving the unit becomes effective?
Correct.
When does the unit terminate?
So the unit will terminate when it is no longer capable of producing oil and gas hydrocarbons economically.
Have all of the working interest owners or cost-bearing owners executed the unit agreement and the unit operating agreement?
Not yet, but we anticipate that shortly. All working interest owners have indicated they are supportive of this project.
And have all of the non-cost-bearing owners ratified the unit agreement and approved a proposed development plan?
Not 100%. We're making significant progress getting the necessary ratifications, however.
Can you tell us about the status of those processes?
Yes, presently we're at 59% of the non-cost-bearing ownership, and 99% of all working interest owners have executed the unit agreement. 97% of the working interest owners have executed the unit operating agreement.
So for the board's information, if the board approves the unit as proposed today, the order doesn't come effective until 70% of the cost-bearing owners have approved in writing the agreement, well, the plan of development, and also 70% of the non-cost-bearing owners have approved the unit agreement and the plan of development. With respect to the working interest owners, the cost-bearing owners, because Crescent Point is such a large owner, we have more than 70% of the unit agreement and the unit operating agreement, and there's just one owner that has indicated that they're going to sign the unit agreement and just hasn't provided that information yet. And as to the non-cost-bearing owners signing the unit agreement, we're very, very close to the 70%, but we're not there as of this hearing. We thought we might be, but that agreement didn't show up today like it was supposed to. And so we'll have to come back to the board because the statute requires that the board enter a finding that 70% of both sets of owners have signed the agreement, approved the plan of development. That would come, assuming the board approves the unit, that would come in the form of an affidavit. It could come during the period of time that we'd be preparing the order, in which case we could file the affidavit and modify the record in that regard and incorporate it into the order after today's hearing. But in any case, we'll have to come back with an affidavit that the 70% number on the non-cost bearing owners have agreed in writing. So just kind of a heads up on that. The board could go ahead and approve the unit. It just won't be effective until 70% has signed on. And with respect to the effective dates of the agreement and the operating agreement, the unit agreement provides that once the board's order becomes effective, then Crescent Point is to record a notice of that, and that would start the process. That would be the official moment when the operations would go forward as a unit. Now I'd refer you to Exhibit G. What is this exhibit?
This is the request for agency action as filed.
Toward the back of the exhibit, there's a list of names and addresses. Is this Exhibit C to the request?
Yes.
And what does it show?
It shows the names and addresses of owners, operators, surface owners in the proposed unit area and within 1/2 mile buffer around the unit area.
Was this
Can I
land
interrupt
list?
you a second? Is there Sitla lands in this unit?
No.
Thank you.
It's 100% private fee ownership. Was the list of names and addresses on Exhibit C to the request prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And how was that list generated? How did you determine the owners?
It's generated from title opinions.
Was the request mailed to everyone on this list?
Yes, it was.
Okay, referring to Exhibits A through G and Exhibit Z, are you familiar with these exhibits?
Yes, I am.
Were they and all the materials contained therein prepared by you or under your supervision by Crescent Point for the purposes of this hearing or in its regular course of business activities?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wells, I think you essentially answered this question already, but for the record, I think this was in the plan of development when you're talking about that. How will production be shared after this unit is approved, assuming that it is?
Yes, so Katie's going to speak to the allocation formula that we've used.
Perfect. I'll postpone then.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
you will see it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Board members? Questions? Just one question. On that list of landowners, you testified that notice of this hearing was sent to all of them. Did you have any of it come back defective, or do you have some certainty that the mailing did reach all of them?
Yeah, we got maybe 2 back that were not findable, but other than that, everyone has sent back their signed receipt of the.
Thank you.
So there was the mailing within the unit of the unit agreement for all the owners, and then there was the mailing of the request, and that also goes out to the 1/2 mile radius around the unit.
And this ones that came back were within the unit or outside?
Within the unit.
Okay, that's all.
Go ahead. Okay, I'd like to call my next witness. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Kelly Bruchet, 555 17th Street, Suite 1800, Denver, Colorado, 80202. I'm a geologist with Crescent Point Energy.
Could you please spell your name, or spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Bruchez.
Okay, and you just mentioned, what is your position with Crescent Point?
I'm a geologist.
And what are your principal responsibilities in that position?
A lot of planning, permitting, watching the rigs, operations, log analysis. I do a lot of different things.
We'd like to qualify this witness as an expert witness. So would you please provide a brief overview of your education and experience?
Yes, I have an undergrad in geology from Western State College in Colorado. I worked for Antero Resources for about 4 years, and then I got my master's from Colorado School of Mines. I worked for Newfield Exploration in the Greater Monument Butte Waterflood for 2.5 years, and then I've been at Crescent Point for 2 years. Uintah Basin and Williston Basin.
So how many years of experience do you have?
I have a total of 9 years.
And a lot of that is in the Green River
Yes.
formation in the Uintah Basin?
Correct.
I'd ask that Mr. Bruchet be recognized as an expert in the present matter for purposes of geological analysis and interpretation.
No objection from the division.
Board members?
Typically, we have resumes as an exhibit, and I don't see that in the materials.
I haven't included exhibit, I mean, I typically don't include resumes. I have my witnesses provide the foundation for their testimony because the board can ask them questions directly. And so I haven't provided a resume.
It would be my preference to have one.
Would it? Well, I can certainly accommodate that.
And then Kelly, Kelly, will you just bring the mic a little closer to you?
Is that better? Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold that I'm recovering from.
Yes. You approved. Board members, any objection? Then he is admitted for the purposes of expert in geology.
Thank you. Now I would refer you to Exhibit H. Would you please tell us what this exhibit is?
Yes.
Except I went too far.
Exhibit H is a geological regional map of kind of the Uintah Basin in and around our operating acreage. The green blobs are kind of the older historical fields from publications. The red blobs are more of the gas fields. There is the proposed unit outlined in red, kind of in the southeastern corner of the map. There is a cross-section, which I'll cover in detail later, from A to A prime, going from northwest in Bluebell Altamont down through Mighton and Randalet.
I'm sorry, did you mention that it displays the regional cross-section A to A prime?
Yes, A to A prime is a regional cross-section, which I will refer to on the next exhibit.
How many wells has Crescent Point drilled in the vicinity of the proposed unit area?
20.
Did most of the wells penetrate the Lower Green River and Green River-Wasatch formations?
Yes.
Were the wells logged?
Yes, they were.
Has Crescent Point used this information to analyze the Lower Green River and Wasatch formations?
Yes.
In your opinion, does Crescent Point have sufficient technical information to establish a detailed interpretation of the Lower Green River and Green River-Wasatch formations beneath the unit area?
Yes.
Could you please provide us with a brief geologic description of the Lower Green River and the Green River-Wasatch formations underneath the proposed unit area?
In the proposed unit area was kind of the center of the Lake Eocene. The Wasatch and Upper and Lower Green River were deposited in a large lake with interbedded sand, shale, and carbonates.
Have you provided a type log for the unit?
Yes.
Please tell us about the type log.
Yes, it's ahead a few exhibits. It's Exhibit M, actually. It's the LAM 51542E. On the left, there are three kind of column call-outs, the blue for Upper Green River, green for Lower Green River, and red for Wasatch. On the left column is a gamma ray. Then the depth in the middle, the red is the resistivity, and on the right is the porosity log. It covers mahogany down through the Wasatch.
With the last hearing, maybe the board can now understand what is on the log. Why did you pick the LAM 515 for the type log?
The LAM 515 is a great representative example of the stratigraphy and the sands that are present in this area of the Uintah Basin.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and continue with your geologic description?
Okay, did you want me to go back to Exhibit I? Is that the best? Okay.
Well, you don't need to go to I yet.
Okay. So back on Exhibit H, the geologic regional locator map, again, the big blobs of green are the oil fields. Southeast of the map is the red blobs for gas fields. The proposed unit boundary in red with the 20 wells drilled in that unit, and the regional cross-section from A to A prime, which is the next unit, the next exhibit, excuse me.
Can you tell us about the lithologic descriptions and the depositional environment and possible structures?
Yep. You'll see in further exhibits, but structurally, it's very benign and gentle. There's no faulting out in this portion of the basin. Lithologically, the upper and lower Green River have a lot of carbonate and shale with some sand packages. Wasatch is kind of more of the same with sand, shale, and carbonate, both being deposited in Lake Uintah in the Eocene period.
What types of depths and thicknesses are we talking about with these beds?
Some of the thicknesses are 50 to a couple hundred feet, depending on the bed and the marker. Depths are from 5,000 to 10,000 feet.
And what types of porosity are we looking at?
Average porosity is probably around 8%.
Are the formations isolated from any freshwater reservoirs or aquifers?
Yes.
Are the formations to be approved for the injection water flood operations the same as described in the request for agency action?
Yes.
And is that description the unitized formation?
Yes.
Now I would refer you to Exhibit I. Could you please tell us what this exhibit is and what does it show?
Yes. Exhibit I is a regional cross-section from A to A prime. It goes from northwest in Bluebell Altamont down southeast through Randalet. It shows gamma ray resistivity and porosity for TGR3 through Wasatch. To note, the two logs on the right show the base of the Wasatch to top of Mesa Verde.
Not being picked up by the mic.
Okay, sorry about that. I will re-explain. Exhibit I is a cross-section from A to A prime, a regional cross-section showing gamma ray porosity and resistivity of the proposed water flood interval from top of Green River to base of Wasatch. The two logs on the far right, those two wells, are the deepest wells in the area, and they show the top of the Mesa Verde or basal Wasatch.
Do the stratigraphic intervals comprising the Green River and Wasatch formations and the unitized formation underlie the entire proposed unit area?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Through every time we drill, when we obtain open hole log data.
Is the geology in the proposed unit area similar to the geology in the nearby Greater Monument Butte unit and the other water flood projects?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Through log analysis.
Have the Green River and Wasatch been proven to be susceptible to water flood operations?
Yes.
I'd refer you to Exhibit J. Please tell us what this exhibit is and why is it important?
Exhibit J is a structure contour map on subsea TVD of the TGR3. The proposed unit outline is in red. This structure shows in this area to be very benign, no faults, very monoclinal dip. The green circles are all the producing wells, 20 of them in the proposed unit. There is a cross-section shown B to B prime in the blue line.
You touched on this, but what is the current status of the drilling program in the proposed unit area?
We do not plan to drill any more wells in the unit.
And are all of the wells in the unit producing?
Yes.
Now, I'd ask you to look at Exhibits K and L. I've brought K up. Can you please tell us what Exhibits K and L are and what do they show?
Yes, Exhibit K is TGR structure subsea TVD again, showing how benign the structure is. Red outline for the proposed unit. 17 wells in this box are green, are the producers, and then the 3 proposed injectors are in blue.
Could you please describe the nature of the injection pattern?
The nature of it, it's a line drive pattern.
Okay. Now looking at Exhibit L, can you please tell us what this is and what does it tell us?
Yes, L is a cross-section from B to B prime of the enhanced recovery unit. On the right, it shows the proposed interval from top of TGR3 to base of Wasatch. On the left column is gamma ray, the red log is resistivity, and the blue is porosity. Something to note, the little pink dots right on the left column are the perfs that we have perfed and completed. And then the three center wells are the 3 injectors, and with the very center well being the 515, which is the type log.
In your expert opinion, will the proposed injection operations cause any communication of the injected fluids with the potential sources of underground drinking water in any aquifers above the unitized formation?
No.
How can you be sure about that?
Through cement bond logs, cement encasing programs, log analysis.
Are you aware of any geologic structure near the proposed injection wells that would allow the injection fluids to migrate to an underground source of drinking water?
I am not aware of any structures at all.
Will the proposed injection operations initiate fractures in the overlying rocks that could enable the injection or formation fluids to enter a fresh drinking water interval?
No, and we will be injecting below maximal allowable injection pressure, which is below lithostatic or fracture gradient.
In your opinion, does the unitized formation constitute a pool as defined in Utah's Oil and Gas Conservation Act?
Yes.
Is the pool susceptible to water flooding operations?
Yes.
Will the proposed water flooding operations increase the ultimate recovery of the oil and gas from the unit area?
Yes.
Referring to exhibits H through N, are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
Were they prepared by you or under your supervision or by Crescent Point for the purposes of this hearing or in the course of its regular business activities?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Mr. Robinson?
Nothing from the division, thank you.
Just to clarify, when you asked him the question, was it H through M or N?
N. But let's make that M.
M.
We're going to come back to N.
Okay.
So good catch.
Okay. Questions down here?
In Oklahoma, water injection has been causing induced seismicity. Is there anything you have done to research what induced seismicity this would cause?
Yes. So this basically would not cause any induced seismicity because we're injecting below the maximum allowable injection pressure. The issue that's happening in Oklahoma is much more complicated geologically, but because of the low injection pressure in this area, we would not be creating any.
Thank you.
I have a question about the stratigraphic columns. What is the thickness over the reservoir you're going to be injecting into of aquatards in the stratigraphic sequence before you get to any surface water or near surface aquifers?
I believe it's about 5,000 feet.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, back to you.
My next witness is Katie Matthews. Is this mic even on?
Yes. Just remember to keep the mic close.
Would you please tell us your name and business address?
Sure. My name's Katie Matthews, and my last name is spelled Matthews. I work at 555 17th Street, Suite 1800 in Denver, Colorado, 80202.
What is your position with Crescent Point?
I'm a senior development engineer for Utah.
And what are your principal responsibilities in that position?
I'm in charge of development planning, budgeting, execution, working with our facilities engineers, land, accounting, geology, and our field operations staff, work on 5-year plan, reserves, A&D work, reservoir modeling, water flood spacing, all of the above. So
are you busy?
I am.
Have you testified as a witness, as an expert witness before the board before?
Yes, I have.
Ms. Matthews has appeared before the board on a number of occasions, and I'd ask that she be recognized as an expert in the present matter for purposes of reservoir engineering and water flood projects.
Yes, the division would be happy to recognize Ms. Matthews as an expert.
Board members? She is so recognized.
Thank you. Referring to Exhibit N, could you please tell us what this exhibit is and what it shows?
Sure. So Exhibit N simply runs through the 20 producing wells that are currently online. So it just describes the API numbers, the zones that the wells are producing from, the cumulative oil, gas, and water production, and then the dates that the wells were spud and completed.
Could you please explain to the board the importance of the proposed water flood, or why is Crescent Point seeking authority to inject water into the unitized formation at this time?
Sure, and we'll get into more of the meat and potatoes with the subsequent slides, but basically, and Jordan's alluded to it already, the reservoir pressure in the Wild Horse region has fallen drastically. The pressure has fallen well below bubble point, meaning that gas has come out of solution downhole. You have free gas downhole, which means the viscosity of your oil has increased, the mobility of your oil has decreased, and now your gas mobility is taking over and it's being preferentially produced. And I'll show that in a quantifiable slide by the GOR, the gas oil ratio, which has skyrocketed. So basically in order to support this reservoir and ensure that adequate recoveries are experienced, we have to improve the pressure.
So referring to Exhibit O, can you please tell us what this exhibit is?
Sure. So this is a production plot for the Deep Creek 81642E well. This is a producer right in the heart of the Wild Horse region. This is a rate versus time plot on a log scale on the y-axis. And basically, there's a couple different sort of curves on the plot. So the most important one is the red one that you can see sort of exponentially increasing. And then the line with the red dots, that's the historical oil production. And then the line with the blue dots is my production forecast for this well. So basically, if you just notice where the red line started, that is the gas oil ratio, so GOR. That figure was 300 standard cubic feet per barrel. So when the well came on, it was producing a little bit of gas, but nothing outrageous. The well then fell below bubble point, and now the GOR is producing above 10,000 standard cubic feet per barrel. So our bubble point solution GOR, and we'll get to that later, is 500 standard cubic feet per barrel. So once you surpass that, you know you've fallen below bubble point. The fact that we're at 10,000 shows that we're, this reservoir is in need of support.
And just briefly for the record and maybe some background, can you explain what you mean by bubble point?
Sure. So bubble point is a pressure that when the reservoir falls below it, gas comes out of solution downhole. So when you have a reservoir and it's above bubble point, you simply have oil downhole. As the oil travels up the tubing, you have gas come out of solution. That's called solution gas. And at surface, you'll have solution gas and oil. When you're below bubble point, you actually have gas downhole, so that's called free gas. Then as the oil travels up the tubing with that free gas, additional gas comes out, which is the solution gas. So now at surface you have oil plus free gas plus solution gas. So that's why your GOR is significantly higher.
Referring to Exhibit P, can you please tell us what this exhibit is and what does it tell us?
So Exhibit P is a depiction of an injector and a producer and how it may look downhole. So just running through the image on the right, basically the left-hand well is injecting water into a formation. It is helping to repressurize and push oil towards a producer, and then the oil is being produced up the well. The text on the left indicates that water flooding typically increases recoveries by 2 times. So if our primary recovery factor is 5%, your secondary would be an additional 5, so getting up to 10%, still leaving 90% of the reserves in the ground, which is significant. And then I've already mentioned, but injecting water into a reservoir is dual prong. The first is restoring and maintaining reservoir pressure, and the second is that physical drive. Phase 1, the FEFE phase 1 that we're targeting with this docket concern is focusing on repressurization.
Looking at Exhibit Q, can you please tell us about this exhibit and its significance?
Sure. So this exhibit runs through the original oil in place, or OOIP, figures and the recovery factors that I calculated. So with Kelly's help and Michelle's help and some other geologists, we calculated the OOIP, so original oil in place, for that 800-acre wild horse unit. So we calculated the net pay, the porosity, the SW. This was all with a petrophysical model, and it yielded an OOIP of 59.26 million barrels of oil in place. Then for each of the 20 wells, and they're in a future exhibit, I declined all of them, summed their EURs together, or estimated ultimate recovery, and that came to be 2.65 million. So dividing 2.65 million over 59.26 million barrels in place yields a 4.5% primary recovery factor. So quite low, leaving 95.5% of oil in the ground. With looking at analogous pools, literature reviews, and past experience, I'm assuming that the secondary recovery factor through water flood will double, so adding another 5% to get up to a 9.5% recovery factor.
And did you use these concepts in your economic analysis yet to come?
Yes, I did.
Looking at Exhibit R, can you please tell us what this exhibit is?
So this exhibit runs through the different parameters in the field. I'll just sort of rip through them top to bottom, but basically we're intending on injecting into the Green River and the Wasatch. They produce from 4,800 feet to 7,600 feet. Average porosity is about 7%. Permeability, or the ease with which fluid flows, ranges from 0.05 to 10 millidarcies. Pay thickness is about 150 feet. Average water saturation, or SW, is about 50%, and the initial reservoir pressure is 2,500 psi. And note that we've definitely fallen below that with the indications through the GORs. The fluid data, the oil API gravity is about 33 degrees. The solution GOR, 500 standard cubic feet per barrel. That is harnessed through PVT analysis and looking at well production data. And now I've mentioned this, but we're at 10,000 standard cubic feet per barrel, so well past the 500 mark. The oil formation volume factor that we use is 1.18, and then the oil viscosity is 6.5 centipoise, and then finally the reservoir drive mechanism is solution gas drive.
And what is the effect on the reservoir from the primary production?
Basically, it's the whole feature of falling below bubble point. So your gas comes out of solution, it will preferentially be produced, the mobility ratio of your oil decreases, and that's because the oil viscosity increases. The gas is the lighter member within your oil, so once that light member is removed, you're left with the heavier ends, so the viscosity increases and your mobility decreases.
In your expert opinion, from a reservoir engineering perspective, is the unitized formation a pool as defined in Utah statute?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit S, can you please tell us what this exhibit is?
So this exhibit runs through the unit area, which is in a red outline, the current producing wells, which were on Jordan's slides as well, and then also the 3 proposed injectors. So Kelly mentioned it in his testimony, but the intention is to flood on a line drive pattern versus a 5-spot or an inverted 5-spot. We're going with a line that's running from northwest to southeast, and that's due to the fracture orientation that we see in our field. It's actually similar to what AXIA 2 went through in their hearing, but basically with that orientation, we want to make sure we're first pressuring up sort of that path of least resistance, and then we'll push out from there in the future. But phase 1, which is the red outline, is merely focused on repressurization. Phase 2, once we step out to sections 3, 9, 10, 15, and 16 of Township 42E, will be, hopefully our pressure will be increased and we'll start that more physical sweep.
Will that also include a line pattern?
It will. Basically, we'll just continue stepping out. So every other row will be injectors.
Within the proposed unit area at this time, are there any more proposed injection wells planned?
There are not.
Will the injection operations affect owners outside of the unit area?
They will not.
What are the principal purposes of the injection program?
To increase reservoir pressure back to where it was when we started producing the field. These wells are extremely prolific with EURs of well over 250,000 barrels, but we see the oil rates rapidly decreasing because of that preference to gas, and that's because we've fallen below bubble point pressure. So we would like to get pressure back up to where we were, and with that, revive the pressure in the reservoir and double recovery ultimately.
Will the injection operations increase the ultimate recovery from the unitized formation?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit T, please tell us what this exhibit is and what does it show?
So Exhibit T runs through the historical production profile and then a future one that I've modeled. This is rate versus time. So we have calendar day oil rate on the y-axis and just date on the x-axis. Anything in the light green line is either historical data, so real life data, or my projection. So you can see, you know, we struck oil in this part of the field. We rapidly drilled up the 20 wells. They started declining. Then I have a projection of their decline rate. Then in 2019, you start seeing a response. So that wedge depicted with the darker green line is an estimate. And the way I've calculated it is I took the original oil in place, which was the 59.26 million barrels in place, times that by the 5% additional recovery factor, which yields a 3 million barrel uptick. So that wedge is equal to 3 million barrels, and I've layered that on, and then I use that to run the economics.
Will there be a time lag in between the time that the injection operations begin and when you start to push oil away from the injection wells?
Certainly. So to date, we have produced millions of barrels of oil, water, and gas. In order to get reservoir pressure back to where we were, we need to replace those volumes. And that's all calculated through voidage replacement ratio, pattern allocations, and we'll get there once we get through this. But it will take time, likely 1 to 2 years.
Referring to Exhibit U, please tell us what this exhibit is.
Sure. So Exhibit U is an economic output from a software that I use called Value Navigator. And basically, I ran economics for that darker green wedge that was on the previous slide. So it runs through, I have the pricing on the left. So I used a GLJ Q1 2016 price deck, which is our third-party auditor out of Calgary that we use. So you can see the different prices for 2016 through 19. I also have my operating expense or OPEX estimates in here. I'm using a 15% differential, so using 85% of WTI. And then the price of converting the 3 wells plus the pipeline and the facility modifications comes to about $3.7 million. So then when you try to hone in on the economic output, I have the $3.7 million sort of in the middle left of the page. That's the risk capital cost. I'm getting nearly 3 million barrels of remaining reserves associated with that waterflood wedge. And then when I look into the before tax NPV 10 of the project, it is $58.3 million. So a very sizable prize to be won. And we feel that the reservoir not only needs the pressure maintenance and support, but there's also a large uptick that we can expect.
Did you mention what you expect in terms of incremental recovery of gas?
Sure. So the gas figure that I have on here is 4,432 million cubic feet of additional gas. And with that comes NGLs as well.
And so basically your economics are the value of the incremental recovery that you would expect to gain from the waterflood operations.
Correct, and they are robust.
And in dollars, what is that?
That is the $58.3 million of before tax NPV at 10, so a 10% discount rate.
And you mentioned the expected costs are about 3.7 million.
Yes.
Does the value of the increased production with the water flood significantly exceed the costs of implementing the proposed enhanced recovery operation?
Yes, it does.
In your opinion, is the proposed project an economically attractive project?
Certainly.
Is Crescent Point seeking the board's approval today for any specific proposed injection wells?
We've already filed UICs with Dogum.
So no.
So no.
Will those UICs with Dogum be, well, obviously will be administratively approved by Dogum. What is the source of the water to be injected?
We will be using produced water.
And is there adequate water to meet the needs of the project?
Yes.
Have you analyzed the formation water and the water to be injected to determine their characteristics?
We have.
I call your attention to Exhibit V. Please tell us what this exhibit is and why is it useful?
So Exhibit V is a water analysis report that we had completed by Multichem, who's one of our chemical companies out in the field. The most important number to look at is right in the middle of the left-hand table. It's next to where it says calculated TDS in milligrams per liter, and then the figure says 64,771.8. So that basically means that there's about 65,000 ppm, parts per million, of total dissolved solids. And just for reference, potable water is at 10,000. So this is brackish salt water that we would otherwise be disposing downhole.
Is the water to be injected compatible with the formation water?
Yes, it is.
If the water is not compatible, will it be treated before injection?
Yes.
Is the unitized formation hydrocarbon bearing?
It is.
Is it an underground source of drinking water?
No.
Will the injection operations be separated from any domestic water wells within the unit area and the 1/2 mile radius around the unit area?
Yes.
And can you explain why?
Sure. So Kelly has mentioned this in his testimony, but basically we have cement, we have casing, we also have thousands of feet of separation from where we're injecting to where groundwater is. So we also check every log with a cement bond log or CBL to ensure cement integrity.
In your expert opinion, will the proposed injection operations result in any of the injected fluids communicating with potential sources of underground drinking water in any of the aquifers above the unitized formation?
No.
And how do you know that?
Due to the things I previously mentioned. So we have cement, we have production casing, surface casing, thousands of feet of separation of interbedded silts and shales, and we also know our frac pressures. So,
are you aware of any geologic structures near the proposed injection wells that would allow the fluids to migrate to the an underground source of drinking water?
No.
And will the contemplated injection program initiate fractures in the overlying rocks that could enable injection fluids or formation fluids to enter a freshwater interval?
They will not.
Now I'd refer you to Exhibit W. Please tell us what this exhibit is and its significance.
So Exhibit W is just a simple depiction of what our company decided to use for our allocation factors. So we met several times internally to finalize these. We also leaned on our Calgary counterparts who have done huge unitizations, townships in size. And we decided to use these parameters as we felt they were the most fair and they reflected time and reservoir quality. So we are splitting the allocation based on 3 parameters, 1/3 attributed to original oil in place, which is a static number that is calculated and it doesn't change. And then we have 2 that are more dynamic numbers. 1/3 of the allocation is attributed to production and then 1/3 to remaining reserves. So the OOIP static number doesn't change. Production, we used April 2016's production rate. And then remaining reserves, I used what our third-party auditors, the GLJ company that I previously mentioned, what they used as our year-end 2015 booking. So we are having success with our mineral owners. Obviously, we're at 59%, so they're also on side with this allocation breakout,
And as are the working interest owners.
as are the working interest owners. Yeah.
Looking at Exhibit Y, which I'll represents a stack of wellbore diagrams. What are the diagrams in this exhibit, and what do they show?
So you just have to
Or Exhibit X.
It would be X.
X?
Sorry. Yes, X.
So these are just, I have 20 declines in a row. So basically I declined all 20 of the wells, summed those together, the EURs, estimated ultimate recoveries, together to come up with the expected recovery of the pool. And that helped me calculate the 4.5% recovery factor for primary.
When you say decline, what do you mean?
Decline is declining a rate. So basically I fit a curve to the historical production data to help forecast the future rates.
Will the casing be tested before the injection operations begin?
Yes, it will.
Generally, what will be the injection intervals?
We'll be injecting into the Green River and Wasatch.
At what depths?
We will be sort of in that 4,800 to 7,500 foot range.
Are the injection intervals below any safe drinking water aquifers?
They are.
What will be the average rate of injection?
We're estimating about 200 to 300 barrels of water per day per well.
Do you know what pressures the water will be injected?
So we will determine that through a step rate test, or that will be granted through the UIC process. So once we have that, we'll do a step rate test, submit our maximum allowable injection pressure, and then we will stay at 90% of that.
Will the formations handle the pressure?
Yes, they will.
And how do you know that?
We know that because of what the formations actually fracked at. So we have that data already. We'll reconfirm that with the step rate test, and then we'll stay below that. So we'll have a couple data points to ensure that.
Is the unitized formation competent to contain the injected fluids and prevent migration to any underground source of drinking water?
Yes.
And do you expect the formation to remain competent under the injection operations?
Yes, I do.
Will the proposed injection have each of the wells within the unit area and the 1/2 mile radius been reviewed to assure that no conduit exists that would enable fluids to migrate up or down the well bores and enter any freshwater intervals?
Yes.
In your opinion as an expert, is the water flood necessary to foster, encourage, and promote the development, production, and utilization of the oil and gas resources of the state?
Yes.
Is it necessary to prevent waste?
Yes.
Is it necessary to provide for the greater ultimate recovery of oil and gas?
Yes.
And is it necessary to protect correlative rights?
It is.
Section 59.5-102 sub 7 of the code, Utah Code, provides a 50% severance tax rate reduction for the incremental production achieved from an enhanced recovery project, which is certified by the board, and the relevant provisions are in the request. Will the proposed water flood operations augment the reservoir energy and modify the property of the fluids in the unitized formation?
Yes, it will.
Will the water flood operations use 2 or more well bores to maintain the reservoir energy and modify the properties of the fluids?
Yes.
Is the purpose of changing the reservoir conditions to increase the ultimate recovery of oil and gas from the reservoir?
Yes.
Referring to exhibits N through X, are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
Were they prepared by you or under your supervision or by Crescent Point for the purposes of this hearing or in the regular course of business activities?
Yes, they were.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Okay. Just to clarify, I don't remember seeing, pardon me, Exhibit Y.
I don't believe there is a Y.
Okay.
I got ahead of myself. So it goes, X, no Y, Z. Working backwards.
It's H through X.
That's because we've asked.
We're fine.
The Z is here, yes, the Z is the unit operating agreement.
Yeah, we have a
but,
Z.
But there is no Y. There is?
Individual wellbore diagram.
Okay, well, I messed up.
Why don't you ask her about if there is Exhibit Y?
Is there an Exhibit Y?
I believe there is.
Can you please tell us what Y is?
Sure. So Y just runs through all 20 of the wells. They're wellbore diagrams that we created. Here we go. So these are downhole schematics of the wells. They run through what's been completed, what's in hole, the pumps, the tubing, the cementing, the casing, and it's just a depiction of every single well and what is there.
What happens when you get it into the afternoon? So I think I'm done.
Okay, so now ask her the same question about exhibits.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What is the blue line on the downhole well profile schematic that's wavy and looks like water?
That is tubing. Oh, right in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that has to do with subsea depth. So because we're in the Rockies, we are above subsea, and then that indicates where the sea level
That's
is.
sea level. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I interrupted you. The question was partially asked was what a number of exhibits prepared by you or under your direction. You re-ask that question, please.
Right. Let me go back to that. Referring to exhibits N through Y. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or under your supervision or by Crescent Point for purposes of this hearing?
They were.
And if you want to ask that they be admitted now, that's a good time.
Okay. Well, I'd ask that exhibits A through Z be admitted into evidence.
Robinson.
No objection.
Board members.
As you repressurize these reservoirs, thank you. Does these oils reabsorb any of that free gas in the reservoir, a significant amount of it, so that the GR will actually drop for a while as you produce?
They will. We've also modeled this in a 3D reservoir simulation that shows that although it does take some time, you can get that gas back in solution. So.
Any objection to A through Z being admitted? If you want to ask a follow-up question, we can do that.
I do have one more question.
But we want to get the exhibits admitted.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Does anyone object to the... Okay. Exhibits A through Z are admitted. We have additional questions from the board now. Board members, any questions of this witness?
Yes, one question. So you're going to be injecting maybe several tens of thousands of gallons per day in, and this is water that's been produced from other wells. How is that water being managed currently if you weren't injecting it?
Sure. So currently we truck every barrel of water in our Randelette field to 2 wells, 2 disposal wells in southern Randelette. We treat the water, so we run it through filters. We treat it with biocide, various chemicals, defoamers. We skim oil off of it, and then we dispose of it downhole into the Bird's Nest Formation. So right now we'll actually be using it for enhanced recovery rather than just disposing of it.
Right, you'll be putting it to beneficial use.
Yes.
Thanks.
Do you have to treat it? Do you have to treat it before you put it back down?
Yeah, we do treat it currently in order just to even meet specs to go downhole for disposal. So we skim oil, we take out sand, we put in
You'll
defoamer,
do that
biocide.
for this re-injected.
We will. We're actually going to take water just right off the tail end before it goes down into this disposal well, we'll have a pipeline that'll reroute it to the water flood.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, back to you.
I have a couple, but they can wait till after. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think just one question on cross. Ms. Matthews, if we could maybe tie Exhibit W to Exhibit X, or the group of Exhibits X, explain if and how the declines that we have in Exhibit X inform the pie chart that you provided in Exhibit W?
Sure. So they inform the pie chart in some ways. We did decide as a company, rather than use my declines, we used our third-party auditor declines. So that's GLJ. They're a company out of Calgary. So on the pie chart, the original oil in place still came from our geology group. The production was a snapshot in time. So that's just real-life data for April. And then the remaining reserves came from our reserve books. But they're close. The numbers are close to each other.
You had to check yourself. Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Board members?
So, I have spoken too soon.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rogers, if it's all right with the board.
Could we go to Exhibit P? There we go. As you notice on this diagram, it shows that the injection is indeed going one way, but in reality, it is concentric around the wellbore, both down dip and around that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that influenced by lithology and fractures?
I'd say it's influenced to both of those, plus pressure depletion. So water will go in the path of least resistance. It will go where there's the best permeability, whether it be lithologically or through fractures. It's a variety of reasons why the water goes where it does.
Okay, so could we go to Exhibit S then? Okay. S. Wow.
S is in Sam.
Sam, yeah.
Sierra. Tango.
Oh. There we go. So is it safe to say that around this injection well you'd have a zone of influence, but in this case with a northwest, southeast trending fracture, it'd be more oblong in that direction?
Yes, so that's what we're trying to achieve through the line drive.
So if you place that oblong shape upon those wells, how far would they extend out?
So right now with the fill-up period and the low pressure that we have, I don't think it will honestly go that far because we have good perm and porosity and sands in this area. So first we're going to start filling up in between the injectors because that's where the lowest pressure is and the highest GORs. And then as we start to sort of perhaps grow outside of that region, we will concurrently be working on that phase 2 water flood to hopefully trigger into a 5-section unit.
So as you see that well to the north, you don't see that moving across that red barrier?
We don't, because honestly, I think it will be, this initial phase is going to be the repressurization. And then Jordan did mention as well, 80% of the mineral ownership is the same for that south half of 9 and the north half of 16. So I don't expect that we will see communication. And if we do, it will luckily, we'll be working on phase 2, the day after we get this approved. We're already in conversations with the tribe. We just need to get them on side with the allocation agreement.
So with that limited pressure, you're not going to see much effect in the wells to the west then?
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, board members. Go ahead, Gordon.
My questions had to do with both of these. Your your pie chart, and 1/3 of it is oil in place.
And that is which exhibit?
It's
W.
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 It would seem to me that your oil in place calculation would be highly dependent on actual production. Or is that the case? When do you estimate your oil in place?
So oil in place is a metric which is not related to production rate.
Wow.
So it comes purely from the geology group, and we determined it on a 40 by 40 acre tract. So
How close were you to correct? Because I see a huge variation from 20,000 barrels to 300,000 barrels
yeah.
in these wells. Did you predict that big a variation?
So it sort of starts with oil in place. So they'll give me, for all 20 of the 40 acre tracts, the oil in place. Then I'll apply a recovery factor to determine the EUR. That's sort of phase one. Then you can also just decline the wells, and it is pretty close. So where you have good sands, you have good oil in place, and you have good well results. Where you have poor or lack of sands, you have low EURs, and it does jive. So for the sake of the allocation, the oil in place is that sort of timeless, discrete number that doesn't change whether a well's been drilled or not, whether a well was drilled 20 years ago or 2 days ago. It's a static number that credits the reservoir with the oil that's there.
So that calculation for these purposes was done before the wells were drilled? Or
It can be
when they
done-
were being drilled, or when was that?
So it was done post-drill because
Okay,
you
so you
need the
had that
logs
data. Okay.
to determine the pay and the porosity and everything.
Okay.
So, but you can extrapolate models, but it's nicer to have a log. So,
That's the only place I see if a mineral owner could say, well, that's just an arbitrary number.
Right.
This is the real data. Why are you giving that some weight? But did you have that question or concern?
we didn't, and we decided to use that because it respects what's there.
Mhm.
Because in some of phase two, for example, when we start pulling in different sections, there's sections where we don't have wells drilled, where we've extrapolated the model. OOIP, even if you do a bad completion on a well, which we don't do, but if it were to happen, it still credits that mineral owner with there was good oil there. So we think it's a fair determination.
Okay. And then on Exhibit S, kind of the same question as Mr. Rogers. That well just north of that top injector, I was thinking I'd love to be that mineral owner because I still get to keep my 40 acres of mineral, and isn't there going to be some push, of oil toward? But you answered that, and I guess you'll know if there is. I don't know how you'll remedy that, but phase two will fix that. Okay. Good.
Any other questions? Okay, we're back to you
That
for your
completes our
case in chief.
Case in chief.
Okay, then we'll turn to Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The division does not plan to present a case in chief. The division does support this project as requested, and that's, unless one of my colleagues has something to add, we'll leave it at that.
Any questions of the division? Seeing none, then we're back for summation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would ask that, I think we've met our burden of proof, and I just ask that the board approve our request as submitted.
We'll accept that as a motion. Is there a second to that as a motion?
Second?
Any discussion of that? Seeing none, the motion before you is to approve the request for agency action as submitted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that that was unanimous. And Mr. Clausen, will you prepare the order?
Be glad to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation today. We We have a couple of cleanup items that I'd like to just get on the record. They may be cleanup items, or that we may end up so we have Tom, just agenda item number 4, as I cause number 2016-015, cause number 131-147, in the matter of Crescent Point Energy. We have received a motion to continue this matter till July, and for the purposes of granting additional time for negotiations. I believe I have signed that, and that has been approved, so that matter is continued.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 5 is docket number 2016-007, cause number 131-143, in the matter of SunWest Oil and Gas, Inc. This is an unpaid proceeds accounting matter, and we'll take appearances of counsel.
John Robinson of the Utah Attorney General's Office on behalf of the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Is anyone else here on this matter? Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have with me today Mr. Randy Thackeray of the division. I'm sure the board is all well acquainted with Mr. Thackeray. I think he's here essentially to answer any questions you might have. First, let me just open by outlining what's happened. We, as the division, until Monday, I guess I should say, we thought that this situation was going to be worked out between the parties. There was an apparent agreement that fell through earlier this week, and so therefore this hearing isn't timely for a number of reasons, but mostly because there's a little more that maybe can happen behind the scenes, and the division would like to continue this matter until next month's hearing when some of these third-party negotiations have taken place, and report back to the board at that time.
Is there a big stick we can offer you in that negotiation? Seeing none?
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a squabble where the division and the board are third-party bystanders, and we're here to get involved only to the extent we need to prod the other parties into an agreement.
Okay, then I'm going to accept that as a motion. The motion is to continue this matter until our regularly scheduled hearing in July.
That's correct.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. Any discussion? The motion is to continue this matter till the July hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that was unanimous. Agenda item number 6, docket number 2016-008, cause number 131-144, also in the matter of SunWest Oil and Gas. If you could make a record on that one, please, Mr. Robinson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Same appearance of counsel, and it may have been useful if I'd suggested we just combine these matters in the first instance. This situation is exactly as the previous situation just described. The division would also move the board to continue this matter as well until the regular scheduled July hearing.
Does it make a big difference if we join them? Would that assist you?
I think going forward that makes sense. These are pretty intertwined in a way that having separate docket entries doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, can we ask the board secretary if that's something you can handle? Okay, then the motion before you has two parts. The first one is to join docket 2016-007, cause number 131-143, with docket number 2016-008, cause number 131-144. I'll bifurcate the motion. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. The second motion is to continue this matter to the July hearing. Since it's the same as before, I'm not going to burden you with a lot of reading. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that that was unanimous. That should conclude our business for today. And so a motion to adjourn our June hearing is in order. The issue has been, the motion has been made. Any discussion? No, there's no discussion on that one. It's non-debatable. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Thank you.